and it works for me. I got a problem, I just get on my knees. Then I found me a place away from everybody in my closet to where my breakthroughs come. I've been stressing about some things I can't. I've been stressing about what I can't change. So I found my space in the room, and I wanna give it to you because you know just what to do. I was hurting, now I'm feeling so much better. I hit the closet, got my life together. I hit the closet, I can do whatever that you need in there. You're looking for an answer, in the closet's where I found it. Here is a weapon, one that I like to use. I got no time for the gap, cause when you're done you can laugh. Pain is a feeling so real, crying and waiting you can't keep still. Don't know what to do, and I know it is so hard for you. Cause when you're stressing out the things you can't change, you give energy till you will. You gotta switch it up. Hop in the car and your blessing gon' come. Promise to lead you. You are really true, you feeling so much better now. I hit the closet, got my life together. I hit the closet, I can do whatever that you need in there. Looking for that answer, in the closet's where I found it. So much better now. I hit the closet, got my life together. I hit the closet, I can do whatever that you need in there. Looking for an answer, where I found it. You gotta switch it up, yeah. I'm in the closet, your blessing gon' come. Promise to meet you in the closet where I found it, yeah. You gotta switch it up, yeah. I'm in the closet, your blessing gon' come. Promise to meet you in the closet, promise to meet you.
Savannissa möran, kvinnan kom på diskon, kvinnan höll jag fria. Mellan diskonen, hej, mellan härliga, domar i månaden.
bit like an addiction. You've got to make something, you have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time, and as soon as it's done, I want to build another one. Sven Cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding. There's never a bike that's the same. There's always a slight change. And as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle. And it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured at Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing we do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join.
Hidup butuh kemudahan. Kemudahan untuk saling terhubung dan terkoneksi bersama untuk jadi lebih baik. Kemudahan itu kini kami sebut konvergensi. XAU Axiata membawa sebuah solusi untuk masyarakat. Dengan layanan mobile data internet dan fixed line fiber yang terkonvergensi. Berguna untuk memberikan kemudahan aktivitas di dalam rumah, di kantor, maupun di mana saja tanpa terbatas oleh ruang dan juga waktu. Kami berkomitmen untuk terus berinovasi dan mendorong kemajuan digitalisasi negeri untuk masa depan yang saling terkoneksi dan terintegrasi. Selama lebih dari 25 tahun, XAU Axiata berusaha untuk terus memberikan layanan yang terbaik. Dengan bangga, XAU Axiata siap menjadi #1 converged operator in Indonesia.
I think the bike for me was the first time I've been bicycles as a creative outlet. It's fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them. I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life. There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we do. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. The board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut on a CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton. We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched, you have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. Take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank. Once that foundation is started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together. Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging. You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you. Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well. Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. Taking the board off the rocker table once the top has gone on, that is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plane. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, it's time for it to go into the glassing room. 4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over, applying epoxy and on the board. Once both sides are lamb coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven, get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it, and just get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
If corn is shorter, can Earth's resources go further? Explore short stature corn and more possibilities in the future of agriculture. If corn is shorter, can Earth's resources go further? Explore short stature corn and more possibilities in the future of agriculture.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gang La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该拥有幸福生活的权利。
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or hookups.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力。所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，就是说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药等等。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma. The virtual world of Blued, where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blued in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences virtual currencies and gifts.
我们不是彼此的初恋，初恋这种事儿多不靠谱啊。
Kyle and Klaus, a couple who have come out, live streaming on Blued means something different.
其实我经常会收到很多粉丝的一些互动的留言，就是类似，就是说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊。我看到这样的留言，我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话。 去改变他们的想法，我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown from a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15 million last year, mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力，Blue能够成为全球第一家在美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同志互联网公司。
This is Rich Jigga. He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of like predominantly Asian artists, you know. Really like making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thump. But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but like for what was the question.
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
Everything kind of started here. If you look around, this is my environment, this is my serenity, really. 88 Rising was built here. Built on the grounds of LA Fitness. Residence in a parking garage. I was living in the Bronx. I'm just like, damn, where the hell did I go? So I just come up here and I like, you know, I just kind of figure things out. Every single day. Being like, okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of like my own kind of private office, basically. Like, to be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would like take pisses here, you know. I mean, like, it was, you know, it's just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and like just the shit that he was saying, like the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't, and he came up with that stick like 2 weeks later.
In the morning, pop shells, for living in, baby, gon' smell blood. Trail every minute, bro.
That stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it. But the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just like everything about it, man. Just like it was menacing. Bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Shiga on my phone, Rich. He gets, Brian, he gets like super pissed off that he saved him. My phone is Rich Shiga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. I did the sound check.
How was it?
It was tight. Hold his stick locks, but you been a bitch, suck a thick cock.
So, Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Shiga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist. Plus, it could be really funny.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything that rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier. You know, it's just more entertaining. We just edit it as tight as possible, put it up, and it really worked.
12 in the morning, pop
Yo!
This nigga got a pouch on and a Reebok pouch.
This is the hardest nigga of all time.
You said when you come for a chicken like me, that was dope.
This is lit, and I think people will take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's it's like.
You know, I'd never been to America before, and like all of a sudden it's like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff, and I was like, how did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chigga to his fans, an ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well, and one day it was me and a few friends just in a room. We were casually chilling, and then someone plays the song. It's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, and I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it. Like, who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up. I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it. Like, next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet, how people want to just be a part of something. And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people and what they want to see and what they want to hear. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment, and I really wanted to be a part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP, his first project as a serious artist.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a couple weeks ago. It's #2 on Billboard on the R&B charts, which is crazy for independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went from creating something like this,
It's just Taco Bell, what could possibly go wrong?
to creating something like this, the newest music video for his song Demons.
The demons told me everything, they whisper in the night. This is not a threat, I promise.
Tonight, Rich Chigga has a show in New York City. Tickets sold out in an hour.
I came here at first online. I was here at 1. I was the third person online.
So why do you get here so early?
Because I want to see I want to touch him.
What do you guys think of Joji?
Oh my God!
That's my dad, son.
You guys cop the new EP or like?
Yeah. I woke up at 6 in the morning just to watch that shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, you live online and social media, but like there's nothing like just being with the people.
More often than not, viral success happens by accident. And then after an appearance on Ellen or Jimmy Kimmel, the creator's star power fizzles out. But Idiot Rising has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands with an actual following that keeps coming back for the next thing.
Oh shit!
So keep an eye out for Idiot's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
Online retailer Farfetch is betting it can shape the future. This is its concept store, showcasing the latest in retail tech.
How do you capture all of that fantastic information that you gather in store with customers' touch and feel products? And we created a concept called the Connected Rail. And this is using a combination of RFID and ultrasound. The RFID signal recognises the product and the ultrasound recognises the movement. Take the product off and then you'll start to see your products appear. And essentially it's like online browsing behaviour. Whichever products you touch and pick up in the store are automatically sent to your app. This is effectively what you've created as your in-store wish list. In the middle you'll see essentially a hologram of the product. What the customer sees, they control the experience on a touch device. What this allows the customer to do is take elements of products and then add their own style to it. Right, so this is the connected mirror. So in this example I see my products. I select a coat and that's tried it and it's slightly too big for me. So what I can do is choose an alternative size and send a request to the sales associate and they'll bring that size to me in the fitting room mirror. You'll also see that we've got some product recommendations here. Crucially, the sales associate's able to push items into the mirror from their device. If you wanted to, you can simply use the mirror and pay and go. Your items would then be packed and dispatched to you afterwards.
Do you want me to turn you so you're looking outwards? Yes, please. How about there? First time we came out with B, Jade said, "It feels like I've been released from prison." Do you want these, Mrs?
Definitely.
Definitely. Right. Yeah. And she could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months.
It's
Hi, it's Jade.
Oh. So you can talk to Jade through this.
Hi, Katie. She's there.
Hi.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens you up for conversation.
We've got some friends here, look. Hiya!
When I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger.
I have a condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time.
Yeah, my love.
A lot of the time, with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand.
Are you ready?
Sure am, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay.
Yeah, me too. Alright, here we go.
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people would probably take for granted.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Grandad so you can give them a wave. Now, if Jade is particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in a house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of her. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment.
When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself, and it's a bit of fun. If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do.
Was that? It's good.
It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go to those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably.
Written out bigger on the board, thank you.
Today's the first day that I've been in school via B, and so far it's interesting. There's still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well. And it's brilliant because I can really tell the difference between today and yesterday. How yesterday I forced myself to go into school when I wasn't very well, and I was really tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures, whereas today I've been able to do all of the work, I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify root 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I end up letting people down quite often. B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there. And if I can't do something, she can. And if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for fifth generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town, and the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
cubicle represents a tyranny, but it confines your imagination. Your thoughts into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to, disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office space.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's on augmented reality.
How are you? Thank you. Welcome to Meta. Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now that the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing, I could stretch it, I could throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Miro thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on the desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away. Everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
Consider us pioneers in the holographic wild, and I'm pulling out my browser with my hand and then sending out emails to colleagues, and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now...
Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems, and it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on TV, in car races, and is even etched on the side of a Japanese space rocket.
I came from Hatsune Miku, Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうと、どの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点，没有任何让我们感到不开心的一些新闻。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator, Hiroyuki Ito, and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとは、キャラクターとして僕、YouTube とかで検索すると、たくさんの初音ミク出てくるんですけど、もともとの、初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成する、ソフトウェアなんですよ。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyric, then Miku the character sings them. To date, Krypton has sold 120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
もともと初音ミクっていうその、存在自体がそのボトムアップって言いますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターだけ今もうすでに、プロになって活躍している方もいらっしゃるんですけどね。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising, licensing deals, and concert ticket sales. According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいになってきて、ライブも数十本数百本そういうことが演奏によって起こせるまでのそういう器みたいな感じになっています。初音ミクらしさって僕はあんまりないなっていう。初音ミクって何だってあり。
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいそのテクノロジーにおいて新しい音楽のやり方というものを模索していきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
ミクって魂がないので、だからみんな魂を作り上げるために存在しています。
Now, there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout video.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate. Hit outdoor running. Let's get moving and warm up in zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, you're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR Burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer, but humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need.
what does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer, sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London, became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, US Navy, and other branches of the US government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hack emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire! It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats could face real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the US government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped at the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 US election.
thousands of leaked emails show Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons in office.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
I'm about to expose everything you won't admit.
And action!
This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh. But to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What if everyone's a girl, Superwoman? I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time. My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room, they had no idea. Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone. Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada was like, Canada, is your daughter making videos? And the mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're going to go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010 and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad. I wanted to be creative and happy.
Know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my god, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oh, Lily, wear the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone.
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And were pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
And I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's a real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name. Maybe this should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She started a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I've really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views, the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rusovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope. And so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Samoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
For the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rusovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in a laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals, there's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker? Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was at his prime. You know, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did? And should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. You know, it's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did. Because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along, you know, it's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. You know, that was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky people of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left the Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals,
Yeah.
and you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company, and that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level. What we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve. Some examples. These tag team partners are called baby faces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match. That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporter Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plotlines and aggressive personas.
And they won that fight against Ted Turner. And they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag #GiveDivas a Chance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we attract more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture
because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down to the board, to the big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with the CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
That it's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned, even if there are swerves.
Our world is changing. Every day, it changes a little faster. Some changes are too small to see. Others, too big to handle. Sometimes, change feels slow. So slow, we don't even notice. Other times, it happens all at once. We can't keep up. For our climate, change means many things. And between too small to see and too big to handle, there is a whole difference. The clock is ticking. This is Bloomberg Green.
Saving the seas. This week, the deep-sea diver who stopped writing the ocean's obituary to find a solution. And Rick Sala tells us why the next 10 years matter most. And globalization needs to get greener. Shipping accounts for nearly an eighth of all transport emissions. How can the industry clean up its act? Plus, protecting coastlines comes at a huge environmental cost. But one Israeli startup found a way to keep the sea out and the animals in. From London, I'm Anne-Marie Rodin, and this is Bloomberg Green. more than a decade of studying the ocean as an academic, Enric Sala realized he was writing the ocean's obituary. He quit his job and became a full-time conservationist. As an in-house explorer for National Geographic, he's clocked more than 5,000 open water dives. He's also founded Pristine Seas, a project that combines exploration, research, and media to lobby countries to protect their oceans. To date, it has helped create marine reserves equivalent to half the size of Canada. I spoke to him about his mission and why it's so urgent.
The state of the world's oceans is really bad. We have lost 90% of the large fish in the ocean. Sharks, groupers, cod, tuna. More than half of the fish stocks are overfished, which means that we are taking them out of the water faster than they can reproduce. More than half of the ocean is affected by industrial fishing, and global warming is killing coral reefs all around the world. The ocean is in a trajectory of decline.
Can you just visualize for our viewers who never get to see the kind of things you are able to see, what an ocean healthy ecosystem looks like versus one that's next to a bustling economic and industrialized area?
Coral reefs in the United States, in the Florida Keys, are down to only 2% of what they used to be. Before, 80 to 90% of the bottom on a coral reef in the Caribbean was covered by live coral. Now, Florida Keys have only 2%. The average in the Caribbean is about 5% of the bottom covered by live coral. The rest is covered by slime and seaweed. And most of the fish you can see are this big. And it is very, very rare that if you jump into any place in the Caribbean at random, you see a shark. It's very, very rare. Now, let's go to Millennium Atoll, for example. An atoll that is uninhabited and fished south of the equator in the Central Pacific, belongs to the Republic of Kiribati. 2009, we conducted the first underwater expedition to this island, and I still remember the first time. Jumped over the side of the boat, and as soon as the bubbles cleared, I was surrounded by 15 gray reef sharks. After the shark decided that we were boring, and they went back to do the thing. And you look down, 90% of the seafloor is covered by thriving coral. It's full of fish, and a sea turtle comes by. Now, this abundance that we rarely see anywhere except in well-managed marine reserves. This is what the ocean used to be like, and this is what we have learned from going to these pristine places.
And you write in your book that you're writing the obituary of ocean life. What's the cure?
The cure is doing less harm. Basically, there are three things that we are doing to the ocean. One is we are taking fish out of the water faster than they can reproduce. Two, we are turning the ocean warmer and more acidic because of man-made climate change. And three, we are throwing in everything that we don't want, our waste and our plastic. We need basically to reverse this trend.
Does this mean that a lot of this falls to governments and their policies?
That's a big part of it, because it is governments that regulate fishing and mineral extraction and oil extraction. These governments have the legal authority to create large marine reserves in the ocean. But also, local communities have an important role to play, because some of the most successful protected areas in the ocean are community-led and community-managed marine reserves. So when the fish come back, the divers come in. And that creates huge economic opportunities through ecotourism. These areas that are managed by communities are very successful because the communities have a vested interest in having as many fish as possible inside them so they can enjoy the benefits.
What if the pandemic has changed your view when it comes to the protection of the environment?
Nature has given us a very strong signal of how fast it can recover if we just give it space. Everybody was fascinated by all these videos of the whales and dolphins coming into marinas, and mountain lions on the streets of Santiago in Chile, wild goats in the UK. Nature has this extraordinary ability to bounce back if we just give it space. This is why we need to protect at least 30% of the planet by 2030.
How do healthy marine ecosystems help in the fight against climate change, though?
Most people see the ocean as a victim of climate change, but the ocean can also be a solution, because we know that the more life that is in the ocean, big fish and big whales, the more these organisms help to make the ocean productive and absorb more CO2. The kelp forests, seagrass beds, All of these are important ecosystems in the ocean that are similar to the forests on the land, that capture a lot of our carbon pollution.
What are you most excited about in your field?
We have 10 years to fix this problem. Global fish catch is going down, stocks are collapsing. Business as usual means that by 2050, 90% of the coral reefs are gone. That most commercial fisheries have collapsed. That affects food security. That affects the migration of people. We have 10 years to get to peak greenhouse gas emissions and then go carbon neutral by 2050. And we have 10 years to protect at least 30% of the ocean so we can restore much of this health and productivity, not just for saving biodiversity, but also saving our life support system. We're not talking about something that is apart from us. We are not apart from nature. We are a part of nature. So these 10 years are probably the most critical in the history of humanity.
The most accurate measurements of changing oceans will come from space, while Enric Sala explores what lies beneath. A new satellite is giving us data from above.
We'll learn more about our oceans and climate change, but from space. A new satellite's been launched from California. Its mission: track the accelerating rise of sea levels.
Well, the main instruments on board include a dual-frequency radar altimeter. This is the primary instrument of the mission, and that's the one that's measuring sea surface height, significant wave height, wind speed over the ocean. And from those measurements, we can actually have the superb measurements that we expect of sea rise.
Data gathered from Sentinel-6 will be used alongside information from other satellites to build as complete a picture of the ocean as possible.
With a long record, we can precisely measure the acceleration. We eventually can detect new regime, tipping points. For example, if there is a runaway in the melting of Greenland or Antarctica, sea level will record this runaway change because it is an integrator of all changes that are occurring in the climate system. So we will be able to see some change, big change in the global climate.
The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration expects that sea level rise will increasingly threaten U.S. coastlines. One example, the southern tip of Manhattan is expected to flood 20 to 40 times a year by 2030.
11 of the 15 largest megacities are located at the coast, and this number will double, and the number of people living in coastal area will double by 2060. So, knowing how much sea level is rising at the coast and how much it will rise in the future in coastal areas is as obvious. It's obviously a major goal for human beings.
Coming up from sails to steam to oil, the shipping industry is no stranger to change. But how will it navigate the next trend? This is Bloomberg Green. Bloomberg's European headquarters in London, I'm Anne-Marie Hordern. This is Bloomberg Green. Now, for your roundup of this week's latest climate news, Jennifer Zabazaja has your green in brief.
Here's the climate news you need to know. Deforestation of the world's largest rainforest has hit a 12-year high. More than 4,000 square miles of the Amazon rainforest was destroyed in 2020. That's a 9.5% increase from a year earlier. Government data shows that destruction has soared since President Jair Bolsonaro took office and weakened environmental enforcement. The Amazon is home to millions of species and plants and is critical in the fight against climate change. Bitcoin is hitting all-time highs, but at what cost to the environment? The cryptocurrency is energy intensive, and there are concerns if it becomes mainstream. According to MIT, back in 2018, Bitcoin's carbon footprint was almost as big as Portugal's. Want to get better at tackling climate change? We'll hire more women. That's according to Bloomberg New Energy Finance. Firms with 30% or more women in top jobs tend to perform when it comes to the environment and are more likely to set clear climate goals. Shopping online is more popular than ever now, but the price of convenience is measured in CO2, and more deliveries means more fuel burned and more packaging wasted. So what can companies do? Well, many are becoming more efficient and sourcing more clean energy for their data centers and warehouses. And England's farmers will be paid to go green after Brexit. As European subsidies are phased out, they'll get new money to encourage them to produce healthy, sustainable food. Poor farming practices are one of the leading drivers of water pollution and the loss of biodiversity. I'm Jennifer Zabazaja in New York. Anne-Marie, back to you.
The shipping industry is more than just the grease on the wheels of globalization. It's its chief enabler. 11 billion tons of goods are transported by ship each year, the biggest contributors being 2 billion tons of oil, 1 billion tons of iron ore, and 350 million tons of grain. According to the International Chamber of Shipping, 80% of Europe's imports and exports happen over the seas. And for such a vast industry, it also contributes its fair share of emissions. Shipping makes up 12% of global transport energy consumption. So how does the cleanup adapt? Earlier, I caught up with Bloomberg Green reporter Laura Milan about just how big of a challenge this is going to be for the industry.
One of the main issues is size. So about 90% of the world's cargo is moved by ships. So obviously changing such a huge industry is not going to be fast and it's not going to be easy. The second issue has to do with technology. So ships obviously travel for many days at sea. It's not as easy for them to refuel as it would be for a car, for example, going on a road. And the sector still hasn't found a technology that's economically viable and that's zero emissions and equivalent to the electric batteries for cars, for example.
But actions are being put in place to make the industry a bit more environmentally friendly. Walk us through those steps that they're taking.
That's it. So there's a first step that would involve using low emission fuels or biofuels that would significantly reduce the existing emissions. And then at regulatory level, when it comes to the policy and the governments, there are steps being made as well. I would say that the most significant ones come from the European Union, which started to track emissions a few years ago and is now looking to include shipping emissions in the emissions trading system. So that would significantly reduce and help calculate the emissions from the shipping industry. Now, China is taking similar steps. So at the moment, regions need to report shipping emissions to the central government. And finally, we have the International Maritime Organization with a pledge to reduce shipping emissions by 50% in 2050. Now, we must say that that pledge has been considered insufficient by environmental groups, but at least some steps are being taken.
So to get to 2050, the industry obviously is going to start tapping some new technologies. What new technologies are you seeing being introduced into the shipping industry?
So we have seen pilot technologies being developed for years now, but what's interesting about this current moment is that we're seeing big players invest in these technologies that are not yet economically viable, but that one day might be. So for example, we are seeing earlier this year the world's largest agricultural commodities trader, Cargill, saying they will invest in attaching sails to their ships so they can make any technology that they run their ships on more efficient. Similarly, we have seen a spin-off of Airbus, the aeronautics company, developing a similar application with kites. We have been following also developments in hydrogen. So at the moment, hydrogen fuel seems like a good option, a possible option when it has been developed and when it becomes economically viable. And we have Vestas, for example, the world's largest turbine maker, developing some ships that will be able to run on hydrogen in the near future.
Coming up, rising sea levels means humans need to get creative when it comes to coastal defenses. But how do we protect both ourselves and the environment? One Israeli startup may have the answer. This is Bloomberg Green. In London, I'm Anne-Marie Hordern. This is Bloomberg Green. After water, what's the resource that humans use the most? It's concrete, 3 tons a year for every person on the planet. And engineers estimate it's used twice as much as all other building materials combined. And it comes with a huge environmental cost. Concrete, not just in cities, is a common feature on our coastlines too, and that's taking a toll on biodiversity. But one Israeli startup has found a way of making sea defenses stronger and encouraging life to thrive.
If you take a look at concrete structures like breakwaters or seawalls, the water around them is often clear. That's not actually a good thing, because it means there's no life. Marine species are actually most abundant in coastal areas, but it's also where us humans prefer to live too. So when we build here, we drive away marine life.
Concrete in the marine world has a lot of additives, a lot of chemicals, and some of those materials are actually leaching out, and they're actually prohibiting marine life to thrive. Helping without any regards to natural communities, there is a tilting point from which beyond we cannot really go back.
In the coastal city of Tel Aviv, an Israeli startup wants to revolutionize our urban coastlines. Their sea defenses are transforming lifeless man-made structures into teeming ecosystems. They do this by replacing standard concrete with their own special cement formulas.
As opposed to regular cement-based concrete, e-concrete includes certain elements that enhance the growth of marine flora and fauna, plants and animals. Our admix, which is kind of our secret sauce, is basically kind of Sealing the concrete, making it less aggressive for the marine environment. That once we add it, we enable life to flourish.
In the lab, the team run tests to identify what mixes will work best for marine life.
So we take really ice cube sized concrete slabs of different compositions and we put larvae, 20, 30, 50. We need to have a lot of replicates. We are geeky scientists, so we have to have a lot of replication and controls. And then within a few days or just a few weeks, we can get an answer on their preference. So obviously if they die, they have a very low tolerance to that specific concrete mix design. And if they thrive or they flourish, we can quantify that very quickly.
E-Concrete says it typically sees double the biodiversity of regular grey concrete. From fish and sea caterpillars on their armour blocks to crabs on these tidal pools that sit on the shoreline.
This unit holds water during the low tide, so it's always moist, and therefore it has a very comfortable habitat for crabs and sea anemones and sea stars, etc. These pools have been here for less than 3 months, and this is already what you can see. It's covered with life. See the rock around it, which has been here for probably 10, 20, maybe even more years, only has a thin layer of green algae, and that's it.
As well as the composition of the cement mix, E-Concrete designs its products specifically to the marine environment it will be deployed, to create niches for endangered species, or to develop nurseries like these oyster beds. The final part of the equation is creating complex surface textures to mimic natural rock or coral, an environment that helps anchor young organisms.
When concrete elements are being cast, the typical goal is to have a very slick surface, very, very smooth. The idea is to get the water to flow right across it. When we're designing E-Concrete with a rough surface, we want to do the complete opposite. We want to slow the water when they are crossing the structure so that the larvae can actually adhere and attach to the surface.
E-Concrete has to offer its clients more than just ecological credentials. Over time, they've discovered that creating hospitable habitats for marine life adds another advantage, one that is surely hard to ignore.
We've seen evidence to the fact that the growth of the organisms on the concrete create kind of a layer of defense. Just the addition of weight, we can actually gain stability and strength over time.
This is let's say the unit when we put it in the water. And this is after a year in the water. And what you can see here is all the oysters are completely covering it. We designed the units so they can withstand the forces and perform in terms of structural performance, but they can also be a backbone for ecological enhancement.
The company tests its miniature designs in tanks full of real seawater, rocks, plants and animal life from around the world.
What we're looking for is the accumulation of calcium carbonate on the surface of the concrete of different mixes and different designs. This is the process we call biogenic buildup. So with time, we get a buildup of calcium carbonate that is sourced from marine organisms on the surface of the concrete. And we actually encapsulate the concrete with a natural rock. So when the organism die, in the case of a coral, it will die and then another coral will sit on it, and that's how a reef is growing.
The hope that our man-made structures could become stronger over time also means better economics. The units require less maintenance and could therefore stay in the water for longer. E-Concrete, though, is just a few years old, so it needs more time to really quantify the longevity of its products. But the company are certain their products are better for the environment, and not just in terms of improving biodiversity.
We're kind of trying to offset some of that immense carbon footprint of the concrete industry.
Construction is responsible for about 11% of global carbon emissions. By adding a biological crust to their products, E-Concrete prevents some CO2 from being released into the atmosphere.
For every kilogram of calcium carbonate being created by those marine organisms, we're offsetting 120 grams of CO2. So think about building a port infrastructure or a city waterfront that is an active carbon sink. I think that's a great advantage of the technology.
That does it for this week, but let's keep the conversation going on Twitter. Follow us at Climate. I'm Anne-Marie Hordern, and this is Bloomberg Green.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks lower amid inflation woes. Right to the numbers, we've got the S&P retreating 4 points now, holding close to a record, down 0.1%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 165, down 0.5%. Nasdaq Composite Index down 13, down 0.1%. Nasdaq 100 Index higher by 0.25%. 10-year yield 1.60%, 10-year up 8/32. Spot gold up 0.8%, $18.65 the ounce on spot gold. Big move in hydrocarbons today. West Texas Intermediate crude down 3.7%, now at 77.79 on WTI. Barrel of Brent back below 80, 79.80, down by 3.2%. And natural gas plunging by 6.2%. 485 per million BTUs. These headlines from the Bloomberg Professional Service. Canadian Pacific will sell $6.7 billion in bonds for the Kansas City Southern deal, and Chobani, the yogurt company, is filing for an IPO. New home construction unexpectedly slowed in October, driven by a drop in single-family projects. Sarah House is senior economist at Wells Fargo.
So maybe we didn't see a jump in starts this particular month, but you do have more homes under construction than at any time we've seen since 1974. You still have more permits coming down the pike. And so, yes, we're seeing construction activity constrained right now by supply, but there is supply coming down the pipeline in subsequent years. And so I think that's going to help the affordability pictures for home buyers in the coming years.
Wells Fargo's Sarah House discussing home construction. Target tumbling after earnings. Target shares down now by 4.6%. TJX out of Framingham, Massachusetts, they're rallying today after earnings, up by 7.8%. S&P down 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
Having trouble logging
What's going
in.
on?
That's
You okay?
never a good sign.
We'll get there.
Is there a subtle message here? Maybe
We'll
not
get there
so
together
subtle.
today, Carol.
We will get there. Live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio, streaming on YouTube. It is Wednesday, Hump Day, November 17, 2021. But, you know, we've seen this movie before. Inflation worries back in the market.
Yeah, certainly hearing that from Target. Investors concerned about central banks having to raise interest rates sooner rather than later to fight off those rising costs.
All right. talk about that. We're going to talk about so much, including why Rivian's blockbuster IPO, it has been a blockbuster IPO, is the ultimate validation of Tesla. It's a great column out there by our Matt Winkler.
He's going to be joining us in just a few. We're also going to talk about inflation and supply shortages. And yet Peter Atwater at William & Mary Carroll, he says we're missing something even more important.
He calls it economic vulnerability. He'll explain. From the Bloomberg New Economy Forum in Singapore, we're going to hear from the U.S. Commerce Secretary. And also we've got Dick Schultz, founder and chairman emeritus of Best Buy, all on cultivating the next generation of entrepreneurs. Then we've got some big earnings after the close.
We do. We got Cisco Systems and we got Sonos as well. Bloomberg Business Week is brought to you by Commonwealth, supporting more than 2,000 independent financial advisors with the solutions they need to grow a thriving business. Commonwealth, go where you grow. Visit commonwealth.com to learn more.
All right, let's get to the Market Drivers Report. Let's set that Business Week agenda. On our agenda, Dave Wilson. He is stocks editor at Bloomberg News here in our Interactive Broker studio, along with Katie Greifeld, Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter, Bloomberg Quick Take co-anchor, and someone who keeps trying to get her seat, making it higher and higher and higher.
It's working. Your chair is working, okay?
Just trying to sit comfortably. Anyway.
High-tech world, it's all about the chair height. Dave Wilson, let's start with you. Good to have you back. We missed you yesterday. What's going on today? Why are we also kind of freaking out a little bit?
You know, not a whole lot of direction, really sort of a bit of bouncing around. So if you kind of want to take a look at both sides of the equation, I mean, you've got 9 of the 11 main industry groups in the S&P 500 lower, and you know, a couple of stocks that jump out, Visa and Target. I mean, both sort of tied into retail. You know, the idea that in January, if you're in the UK, you won't be able to use your Visa card to make purchases on Amazon.com. There's a whole dispute brewing over transaction fees. And so Visa shares down more than 6%. MasterCard, biggest rival in payment networks, off about 4.5%. And then you have Target.
Okay, hold on. Because Visa I understand. Target I understand. Why MasterCard, though?
Well, because if it's an issue for one, it may well be an issue for another.
Or it could be good news for the other, because maybe perhaps MasterCard could strike a deal with Amazon. We know what, for years, was it Discover at Costco, for example, was like the exclusive card you could use at Costco. I don't know.
It was actually American Express.
It was American Express, okay.
And then they switched over to Visa.
Okay.
So there you have it. So it really, though, I mean, what affects one tends to affect the other. Okay. People are thinking broadly across the card business as far as that goes. And, you know, then when you look at Target, I mean, it's the same story to some extent that we saw yesterday with Walmart. Quarterly results were just fine. Problem is, company's less profitable, and it's not able to pass along all of its cost increases to customers in terms of charging them higher prices. So Target shares off more than 4.5%. Kind of offsetting positives in terms of earnings from TJ Maxx, Marshalls, Home Goods owner, TJX, as well as Lowe's.
David, you and I are on the same page today, because those are 2 of my 3 decliners for after the close.
Well, there you go.
Deep tease. Hey, Katie Greifeld, come on in here and talk to us about what's happening in the bond market today.
Yeah, it's interesting because obviously inflation is top of mind, especially after Walmart and Target. But if you look at the bond market, bonds are actually rallying today. Not what you would expect. The closest thing I have to an explanation is that if you really look across the curve, you can see it's the 5-year yields that are dropping the most. That is the tenor where you price in rate hikes. I've heard a few people speculate that could be basically traders speculating that maybe Dale Brainerd will be announced as the next Fed chair. Biden said yesterday that announcement would be coming in about 4 days. The fact that
that is weird to me.
I know.
The 4-day announcement?
Well, no, it's the belly of the curve, right?
It's the belly of the curve.
And we understand what's going on short term. We understand kind of what's long term. But I guess the expectation is if she's more dovish, that we could see lower rates for even longer.
And there's been a lot priced into the belly of the curve. Rate hike expectations. Maybe you're starting to see some of that come out as basically the market tries to make sense of what he is going to announce in 3 days. The fact that this is taking so long, that, you know, he is deep teasing it as much as he is, maybe that would suggest that it's not going to be Powell, but I guess we'll find out pretty soon.
4 days.
Why not just this
I
day.
assume he's made the decision and he's just holding off until after the markets close on Friday. Again, an assumption.
I have no idea. I don't know why. Dave Wilson, you've seen a lot of market cycles. You've seen a lot of officials make very big announcements about significant appointments. Why would potentially the president kind of signal it this way rather than just come out and say, I'm going to do it?
Well, I think Tim was kind of on point. The idea of, doing it on a Friday night before the weekend, people have a chance to get their heads around
I get
it.
that part, but why say yesterday we're going to do it in 4 days?
Oh, who knows? Probably just so people have a timetable. Think about the way that the Fed has signaled policy changes over time. It's been very gradual, and then you get to the point where they start backing away from their bond buying. They're not even talking about interest rates at this point. I'm sure that process is going to be carried out over several months as well. So it's kind of a heads up, I suppose, if nothing else.
You do wonder though if he's trying to set us up for a surprise, like say, okay, this is going to be a change, and I'm just going to start kind of warming you all up. I don't know.
It's a very slow walk to this decision, and usually you would expect an announcement by now. I mean, we're at almost the end of November. The term expires in February, so it's taken a while.
All right, got to run. Katie, thank you so much. Dave Wilson will be back with his chart of the day.
Let's do the Bloomberg Business Week Bite of the Day. It's one number that tells us a lot. It's brought to you by GEP. GEP helps businesses transform supply chains with strategy, managed services, and AI-based cloud-native software. Learn more at GEP.com.
Perhaps some optimism when it comes to the supply chain. Today's number is 71,000. The historic traffic jam at the Port of Los Angeles has eased slightly. The number of import containers fallen by 1/4 to 71,000 since last month. That's a pretty significant decline. When it and the rival Port of Long Beach announced fines on containers overstaying their welcome, while the ports have since delayed penalizing ocean carriers. The threat of fines has helped clear yards. It's nothing like a financial penalty to move it out.
A lot of discussion about the way that costs have come down and the way that we are seeing some bottlenecks easing. Does that add to the transitory narrative? It does.
Including the chip sector, and we're going to talk a lot about that when NVIDIA reports. All right, in the meantime, let's get to World and National News.
Nancy Lyons is standing by in D.C. Hey there, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. President Biden is visiting General Motors Factory Zero in Detroit this afternoon. He'll continue to highlight the newly signed infrastructure law that calls for building electric vehicle charging stations nationwide, cutting emissions to fight global change, as well as building better roads. Factory Zero will build several electric vehicles for GM. Well, some troubling data is coming in from the United Nations Nuclear Watchdog Group. It indicates Iran has increased its nuclear stockpile. Bloomberg's Amy Morris with more.
The International Atomic Energy Agency says Iran has an increase of nearly 8 kilograms of highly enriched uranium, a breach of the 2015 nuclear accord. Talks to revive the deal are set to resume on November 29th, but hopes have dampened significantly since hardline cleric Ibrahim Raisi was elected president. Raisi and Russia's Vladimir Putin have discussed U.S. sanctions. China says it's reached a broad consensus with Iran and Russia on the nuclear deal. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
The man known as the QAnon shaman, Jacob Chansley, was sentenced today to 41 months in prison for his role in the January 6th insurrection. Chansley is seen in multiple videos that day wearing a buffalo hat, no shirt, cheering on rioters as they ransacked the Capitol. In court, Chansley expressed deep remorse for his actions and took full responsibility. Albert Watkins is his attorney.
Mr. Chansley owned his responsibility. He sought to be accountable.
Watkins says his client has access now to receive the health care he needs. Global News 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts.
All right, Anne, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Tim Stanovic. A couple stories we want to bring to your attention when it comes to COVID and the vaccine. President Joe Biden's administration will offer drug manufacturers, and that includes Pfizer and Moderna, funding to expand domestic production capacity of messenger RNA vaccines by 1 million doses a year by the second half of 2022. Moderna is one of my top gainers that I've been keeping an eye on, and we're seeing it active in both, I believe, the NASDAQ and the S&P 500
A volatile stock too. It's always moving higher. Like it's always moving
It's moving, it reacts,
significantly
right?
one way or another, right?
Right.
This is a plan that was announced today by the White House, and it's aimed at increasing availability of these vaccines and also building capacity to address any future pandemic. It could result, Carol, in expanded production of vaccines in the U.S. Countries, companies, and global health agencies continue to grapple with how to balance production increases, IP rights, remember the whole idea of sharing that intellectual property with other countries, and with low-income countries still unable to secure enough doses to widely vaccinate their populations.
It says to me we'll still be vaccinating people maybe for the first time next year. It means we'll also be getting boosters. Like, that's what that kind of said to me.
Yeah, a colleague of mine, as I was walking down here, she was leaving, and she said, I'm off to get my booster. And I'm thinking, okay, I'm off next week.
You're going to get it?
I'm going to get my booster next week.
I was looking to schedule last night.
But I can't remember if it's been 6 months from my second shot. I have to go back and look.
Mine's definitely been 6 months. So it's
okay, then mine probably has too.
Yeah, you're right, because you were right. You were pretty close.
Yeah.
The other story by our Stacey Sherman of Bloomberg says a decline in new U.S. cases of COVID-19 in September and October had people planning return to normal holiday gatherings, but a recent resurgence has government officials issuing warnings for a second year.
Yeah, the 7-day average of new hospital admissions with confirmed COVID-19 is rising in 25 states from a week earlier. Clusters of concerns emerging in the upper Midwest and Northeast. That's according to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. 2 weeks ago, the trend line was rising in only 14 states.
Right, New York, overall hospitalizations for COVID-19 have climbed 11% this month. 5 regions of the state have an infection rate of more than 50 per 100,000, up from just 1 region last week. So the trend lines, again, seen this movie before, and unfortunately, but hopefully it means eventually maybe not as many hospitalizations. I don't know.
I hope.
And certainly not as many deaths.
news, headlines, and breaking news. "24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet. The feud between Amazon Visa just getting turned up a notch. Amazon considering shifting its popular co-brand credit card to MasterCard amid simmering tensions with Visa, a feud that already prompted the retailer to ban the payment giant's cards in the United Kingdom. The story developing right now, Visa shares, they are lower by 6.1%. Rival MasterCard down 1.1%. Amazon is advancing now by 0.7%. We're looking at a down day on Wall Street, stocks falling across the board. The S&P, Nasdaq, though, holding close to records. Stocks lower on concern that inflation could pose a challenge to the global economic rebound, forcing central banks to raise interest rates sooner than expected. S&P now down 9. There of 0.2%. We've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 192, down 0.5. Nasdaq down 31, a drop there of 0.2%. 10-year up 8/32. 10-year yield 1.60%. Spot gold rallying $14 the ounce to $18.64, up 0.8%. Bitcoin down 0.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil retreating by 3.4%, 78 even a barrel now. Brent 80.08. Brent crude down 2.8%, and natural gas tumbling 7.1%. Natural gas now at $4.81 per million BTUs. After the bell, some key earnings reports. We will be hearing from Cisco. Cisco lower now by 0.4%, also reporting. Nvidia down 2.1%, and Victoria's Secret down 1.9%. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Big move in nat gas, as Charlie mentioned, down 7% today. All right, let's get back to some of what we're seeing in the world of COVID and vaccines. The Biden administration, we mentioned, offering drug manufacturers. We're talking about Pfizer, Moderna, funding to expand annual production, domestic production specifically, of messenger RNA vaccines by a billion, that's a B. 1 billion doses by the second half of next year. That's significant. That's government support, right?
It's very significant.
Yeah.
I mean, look, 2 doses is what we're supposed to get, at least for our first set of doses.
Right.
But if you think about each American needing 3, then that covers each American.
And ongoing, perhaps?
Yeah, well,
I mean,
that's the question, right? How many boosters are we going to need?
Yeah, in the meantime, we've got new infections in Germany rising to a record and deaths. Let's just get to it, though, our daily check on COVID. Let's bring in pediatrician Dr. Peter Antal. He's Chief Medical Officer at the Behavioral Health Solution Company. It's specifically geared for kids, teens, their families. He joins us on the phone in South Lake Tahoe. Dr. Antal, nice to have you here with us. How are you?
Thanks, Carol. It's great to be here, and I'm doing great. Great. Thanks for bringing me on.
Well, it's great to have you here. Not doing so great, though, are certain areas of the world when it comes to COVID. We're still, keeping an eye on kids. We're seeing it roll out for certain kids here in New York City and elsewhere. How do you see what's going on with COVID, especially with the population you deal with, which is a younger population?
Yeah, absolutely. We don't tend to focus on children when we're talking about COVID because they don't tend to get usually as sick as older adults do unless they have a chronic condition. But children are spreaders of disease, and children still do get COVID. They still do get hospitalized, and I think the last number I saw, there have been 691 pediatric deaths due to COVID since the pandemic began. So it's still a serious issue. I think that we're excited that the vaccines are now being tested and proven to be effective and safe down to, at least for the Pfizer vaccine, now down to age 5. So it gives us an opportunity to try to better protect the children.
It is a serious issue. It also can be very disruptive to people's lives. And I'm speaking as a parent of a nearly 3-year-old who's home from nursery school right now because school's canceled until at least Friday because one of the parents of one of the kids in my son's class has a breakthrough case. And I wonder, we don't know if anyone else has COVID, and likely they don't, fortunately, and everybody healthy. But it certainly is disruptive to a lot of families out there right now. I'm wondering, Dr. Antal, when we can expect to have vaccines available for the youngest in our population, those under the age of 5.
You know, it's a good question, and it's hard to put a timeline on that. I think both are all of the vaccine manufacturers, of course, started with adults and then are marching down in age groups and testing serially. So the testing is ongoing. I think we should expect vaccine availability down to at least age 6 months sometime, and I would hope in the next year or so.
Okay. Well, that's not bad.
Well, and I'm going to let you play with this, Tim, because I feel like you got a younger one. I've got an older one. She's vaccinated. She can get her boosters and things like that. What questions are on top of mind for you, especially?
It's basically like this is our life right now, and we're choosing again not to fly with our son to see family. And for the second year in a row, we haven't been back to visit my parents in California. We have been able to see them, but he hasn't been there since 2020 or 2019. 2019, yeah. And I just wonder if this is. I turned to my wife the other day and I said, "This is our life for this is like how we're thinking about things now. I mean, this is kind of the new normal right now." And I'm wondering, Dr. Antal, if it goes back to what we had before, not being concerned about this.
Yeah. Well, I think what we don't know right now is what's the future going to look like. Is COVID going to eventually be conquered and go away, or are we just going to have to learn to live with it and have to get periodic vaccines maybe every few years, something analogous to what we do with influenza, although those are recommended, of course, yearly. We just don't know, and it's that uncertainty is just so challenging. It feels as though we've made progress. We're back out and going to restaurants and things like this, many of us, but we're still not quite there. And I think I want to turn it to the impact on children.
Yeah.
Imagine if you're an 8-year-old, a quarter of your life has been in the age of COVID. The impact on their development, the impact on their mental health is really substantial.
Well,
there was a survey at Lurie Children's that said 71% of parents are worried about their child's mental health right now.
Yeah, a colleague of mine, I remember a few months ago, and I'm like, "How you doing?" And he has a young child, and he's like, "I've got a young child. I think is probably." Totally depressed because can't play with friends, can't go outside, can't do anything. And how do you, you definitely have to seek out some help because this is just really tough on kids.
You do, but at the same time, we do have vaccines available for those kids ages 5 and up. And I've seen just a sea change with my friends with kids those ages who have been able to get their kids vaccinated. They are so grateful.
Right, it's a comfort level. It's just
Yeah.
like the rest of us. There's some stress that's taken off that you can be out in the world. Dr. Peter Antal, thank you so much. Pediatrician, Chief Medical Officer at Brightline, on the phone from South Lake Tahoe, California. So some interesting thoughts, especially when it comes to the younger population. Hey, coming up next, we're going to hear from a special guest at our Bloomberg New Economy Forum, which has been gathering in Singapore. Several days of programming, the world leaders, tackling some of today's biggest problems, and geopolitics came up a lot.
Yeah, looking forward to that interview with Secretary Gina Raimondo in just a few minutes.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master, Tim Stanovic, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 1061 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
So the Bloomberg New Economy Forum, it's underway in Singapore. It was virtual last year. It's in person this year. It is a gathering of global leaders, and they really are dealing with major issues facing our world, and geopolitics is a big part of it.
Yeah, we're going to bring you several interviews of note today. In just a few minutes, we're going to hear from U.S. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo. She sat down with Bloomberg News Editor-in-Chief John Micklethwaite.
All right, in the meantime, let's get back to your top business stories. Another look at that trading day. Hey, Charlie Pellet.
Well, hello there. Big guests out of Singapore today. Can't wait for those conversations again. We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all on the minus side right now, Carol. 10-point drop in the S&P, 4690, down 0.2%. Key takeaway, close to a record. We've got the Dow down 223 right now, down 0.6%. NASDAQ down 33 points, drop there of 0.2%. 10-year yield right now 1.60%. Gold up 0.8%, 1865 the ounce on the precious metal. Big movements to the downside today in hydrocarbons. West Texas Intermediate crude down 3.2% right now, 78.19 a barrel. Did have a 77 handle a few minutes ago. Brent 80.17, drop now of 2.3%. Natural gas, so perhaps the big energy story today, plunging 6.6%. Right now we've got natural gas 483 per million BTUs. Bitcoin down 0.3%, 60,329 on a Bitcoin. Amazon considering shifting its popular co-branded credit card to MasterCard amid simmering tensions with Visa, a feud that already prompted the retailer to ban the payment giant's cards in the United Kingdom. Right now, Amazon shares are up by 0.5%. Visa, though, plunging by 7%. MasterCard lower now by 3.4%. Pfizer has reached a licensing agreement that will allow generic drug manufacturers to produce inexpensive versions of its COVID-19 pill for 95 low and middle-income countries, following a similar move by Merck. Dr. Bhakti Hansati is Associate Professor of Emergency Medicine at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, and she says it is a welcome move by Pfizer.
The drug Paxlovid is a protease inhibitor. That drug, there's many others that have been in clinical trials, and I think there'll be many other versions from different manufacturers available. I think they're being smart in a perhaps competitive market. It helps with the image. And I'm personally grateful, right? Maybe this sets precedent for what happens in the future and makes drugs like Paxlovid accessible worldwide quickly.
Dr. Bhakti Hansati with the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, which is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Recapping, S&P down 11, down 0.2, and that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. Well, the Bloomberg New Economy Forum is underway in Singapore. The event brings together leaders from countries across the globe in an effort to enact real change and build common prosperity. Today, we're bringing you several interviews of note from the forum, including U.S. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo, who sat down with Bloomberg News Editor-in-Chief John Micklethwaite to discuss the United States' relationship with Asia and her plans to restore America's standing in the region. Take a listen.
President Biden is crystal clear. When he says America is back, he means back with our allies and back in this region. So since he's been in office, the Vice President has been in Vietnam, Secretary of Defense has been here, I am here, USTR TAI is here. We are very serious in re-engaging economically with the Indo-Pacific. And when we talk about the topics, it is broader in some ways and a little bit less restrained or constrained than a traditional free trade agreement. For example, we can talk about partnerships around the supply chain, specific partnerships around working together to make sure that we and our allies in the region have a redundant and secure supply chain. You know, Australia has critical minerals that we all need. We can talk specifically and somewhat more flexibly about partnerships. Interoperability, which is critical to facilitate digital trade. Tech standards. We were talking backstage about artificial intelligence. You wouldn't see setting tech standards in a traditional free trade agreement, but it is vital. Who's going to write the rules of the road for emerging technology? We want to write the rules of the road with our like-minded allies in this region. Semiconductors. So I think that decarbonization and green.
Should we see this as sort of the trade equivalent of what people talked about at one time of a kind of coalition of democracies? This is America and its allies in Asia getting together in an economic way which does not involve a specific trade pact, but which involves a series of kind of complicated alliances building up to that.
I think that is well said. And
you can hire me if you want.
I'm sure I could not afford you. But I think that is well said. And I'm here in the region beginning the discussions, laying the groundwork. We're likely to launch a more formal process in the beginning of next year, which will culminate in a proper economic framework in the region. And
does that mean an actual agreement?
Yeah,
would be
exactly.
Do you accept that part of the cost of this is, as you know, China and for that matter Taiwan have both applied to join the CPTPP, that could be a consequence of it, that China becomes part of the trade agreement that America left under Donald Trump?
Yeah. So I will say this, China is going to do what China is going to do, and whether or not the current members of CPTPP allow China to come in, that will be as it will be. What I'm talking about is about working with our allies in the region, allies we've had for decades, in an incredibly important and fast-growing region. In the Indo-Pacific, 940 million people are entering the middle class in the next 7 to 10 years. It's 4.6 billion people. Here in Singapore, some of the best innovation and technology in the world. So this isn't about China. This is about developing robust commercial and economic relationships with our partners in the Indo-Pacific, where we had a robust relationship for a long time, but for the past few years. The elephant in the room, the reality is America has been absent. We have been absent from the region, largely absent in the past few years. And when I am here in the region, there seems to be a strong pull to have us back. And so we want to work towards this agreement.
And of course, that was U.S. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo with Bloomberg News Editor-in-Chief John Micklethwaite from the Bloomberg New Economy Forum, which is underway in person in Singapore. You can check out more of that interview at Bloomberg.com, also BloombergLive.com, and you can search on Bloomberg New Economy Forum because there's another day of incredible interviews. But this is what this event is all about. They've heard from the Chinese Vice President also, who says they're going to keep open to foreign investment, stress the importance of ties with America. Again, geopolitics very much front and center at this year's forum. Last year when it was virtual, it was all about the pandemic and getting through, muddling through, figuring out what it looks like on the other side. Different this year.
Yeah, it certainly is different. And again, if you want to learn more about the Bloomberg New Economy Forum, you can check out more of that interview and others at Bloomberg.com.
All right, let's get to World and National News. Back over to Nancy Lyon. She's in our 99.1 newsroom in the nation's capital. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. President Biden is visiting GM's Factory Zero assembly plant in Detroit this afternoon, where he will talk about how the new infrastructure law will help spur adoption of electric vehicles. GM has said that its entire light vehicle lineup will be electric by 2035. Thanksgiving is the busiest travel time of the year at our nation's airports, and TSA Administrator David Pekoski tells NBC's Today Show despite a vaccine mandate for agents, they will have enough screeners to keep the lines moving.
We are going to be staffed enough to handle the surge, and I expect to have no impact whatsoever with respect to the vaccine on throughput times going through the TSA screening checkpoints.
Pekoski says they plan to increase penalties for unruly passengers and are criminally prosecuting each case. 2.6 million kids from between the ages of 5 to 11 have received their first COVID-19 vaccine. That's the word from White House COVID coordinator Jeff Zients.
Just 10 days into our program being at full strength, we're at 10% of kids. For perspective, it took about 50 days for us to reach 10% of adults with one shot.
Zients says more than 30,000 sites are now administering vaccines for younger kids, or one site for every 900 children ages 5 to 11. Drug overdose deaths have been soaring in America during the pandemic, and the government is out with new figures showing more than 100,000 Americans died between April 2020 and 2021, the height of COVID lockdowns. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Tim Stenovic. So we just heard from John Micklethwaite, Bloomberg Editor-in-Chief, along with the U.S. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo at the Bloomberg New Economy Forum in Singapore. There's all kinds of leaders from all walks of life, politics, business, finance, the food industry, you name it, certainly climate change. And one of the prominent leaders that was there was Goldman Sachs Group Chief Executive Officer David Solomon, and he was talking about the markets and volatility. Check it out. He caught up with Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix.
When I step back and I think about my 40-year career, there have been periods of time when greed has far outpaced fear. We were in one of those periods of time. And generally speaking, my experience says that, those periods are not long-lived. Something will rebalance it and bring a little bit more perspective. Certainly, given that it feels like inflation's rubbing above trend, chances are interest rates will move up. And if interest rates move up, that in and of itself will take some of the exuberance out of certain markets.
Yeah, take a little bit of the air out. That, of course, was Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon at the Bloomberg New Economy Forum with our own Francine Lacroix.
Here's what I home in on, okay?
What?
Certain markets. What does he mean by that? Are we talking about the cryptocurrency market? Carol, I woke up to the
equity
news.
Markets?
Equity markets? Are we talking about Dogecoin and the exuberance that we talked with Scott Meinert about a few weeks ago at the Milken conference?
No, that's really a good question, and it's hard to say. Markets is a very broad term, and there's commodity markets, there's the energy market. I mean, there's a lot of different things.
Real estate right now too.
Right.
There's no shortage of exuberance.
Yeah, and maybe he means a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
But I think I also wonder whether there's emerging versus developing, right? So you do wonder what he's talking about, but and I think most would say that if you start to see interest rates go up to some extent, even a little bit from here, that it will slow down some of the momentum.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we'd see that with real estate if we did see interest rates move higher, because mortgages would get more expensive, and that would in turn lead to fewer price wars.
Thus government policy, too, which has been really helping out a lot of individuals. That will probably take some of the air out of the run-ups that we've seen. You are listening to Bloomberg Radio.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks have been lower all day long. They remain that way right now. We've got an hour and 13 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. The S&P down 8 right now, drop there of 0.2%. We'll give you the numbers first. The Y in a moment here with the Dow, now down 190, down 0.5%. NASDAQ down 35, drop there of 0.2. We've got the 10-year up 7/30 seconds. 10-year yield right now 1.60%. Stocks are falling on concern that inflation could pose a challenge to the global economic rebound, forcing central banks to raise rates sooner than expected. Again, that 10-year yield 1.60%. Spot gold up $12 the ounce at $18.63, up 0.7%. A retreat for West Texas Intermediate crude down 3%, dropping $2.47 a barrel, $78.29. Natural gas now down 7%. 481 per million BTUs. Bitcoin down 0.4%, 60,235 right now on Bitcoin. Lots of earnings after the closing bell today. We're hearing from Cisco down now by 0.4%, Nvidia down 2.4%, Victoria's Secret lower now by 1.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You are indeed. All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So perhaps a sign of success, we're going to get into that in just a moment, a validation of the EV world, and a company, though, with no sales, worth $150 billion. That is Rivian Automotive, which shot out of the IPO gate just last week, doubled in value before dipping back just a hair. It's still up, Tim, 83% since becoming a publicly held company.
$125 billion in market cap, fewer than 100 of these vehicles sold so far. Joel, would Rivian be the company that it is today without that investment from Amazon?
Joel Weber, editor of Bloomberg Business Week, along with Matt Winkler, who is, of course, editor-in-chief emeritus here at Bloomberg News.
The answer to that is a definite no. There is one company that basically has laid an appetite for electric vehicles, not only in the U.S. but globally, and that company is Tesla, right, Matt?
Correct.
So can you talk about the assignment was, let's talk about Rivian. Rivian's going public.
Yeah.
This other company 10 years ago went public. How did they compare when they went public, man?
So, Joel, you are actually the person to answer your own question, but I'll do it for you because you said, I think this piece really belongs in the technology section of Bloomberg Business Week. And I think by that you meant really what this is about more than anything else. It's less about cars per se and more about technology. And what Tesla is about is that back in 2010, when it went public, it was promising something that was completely absent from the automotive industry, and that is the zero-emission vehicle. And this is at a time when not a lot of people yet have truly appreciated the existential threat of climate change. The thing that happened was that Tesla turned out to be a great product from the get-go, and that people who bought the Model S, for example, yours truly included, a long time ago, 2014, realized it was every bit as competitive, if you like, and comfortable and efficient, in fact, in some ways much more so, than an internal combustion engine. And Tesla, to answer Joel's question with a fact, Tesla sold 400 times the average annual growth of the automotive industry in a 10-year period. Think about that,
Yeah.
400 times. Now, when you that's like eyeballs, okay?
Yeah.
We all get excited about eyeballs these days in technology. Tesla was able to create something, and that, of course, paved the way for Rivian and these other companies. And that's why Rivian has the valuation that it has.
Okay, but this is no easy feat, and it's something that Elon Musk tweeted about. He tweeted when Rivian went public, I hope they're able to achieve high production and break-even cash flow. There have been hundreds of automotive startups, both electric and combustion, but Tesla is the only American car maker to reach high volume production and positive cash flow in the past 100 years. How does Rivian do this?
Well, there's someone called Jeff Bezos, for one thing, and Amazon, and that's a pretty formidable if you like, backer, big shareholder, biggest shareholder. And that is something that makes Rivian very different from Tesla when it started. You're absolutely right, or he's absolutely right, that Musk turns out to be a relative miser by comparison to Rivian in the spending of money. Certainly in the 2 years before it went public, Rivian has spent far more money. Tesla spent a 19th of what Rivian spent. Having said that, though, the world's changed, and so the betting is that because the world's changed and because Amazon has already ordered 100,000 vans, and there's some thinking here that vans are really an important part of the market that people haven't thought about until Rivian came along, and Rivian's going to benefit from all kinds of commercial logistics operators. It's not just Amazon are going to embrace the electric van.
And they have first mover advantage in that, right?
They could be, for sure. I mean, that's where they are right now, and that partly explains why they're where they are. But coming back to Musk's point, if you're an investor and you're a shareholder, you have to take seriously what he's saying, because it's true in 100 years, whether you're looking at internal combustion engines or electric, no one has been able to get the kind of break-even cash flow performance that Tesla has, and that makes Tesla, stand out for sure.
One thing I wanted to ask you, what's missing? Kathy Wood. And I know you've covered her a lot. You've talked to her a lot. I've talked to her a lot. We've talked to her a lot. She didn't invest in Rivian, did she?
No.
Or at least so far we know.
Right. And we did catch up with her somewhat belatedly right after the Rivian IPO. And what we really wanted to know was, has she changed her view in any way? And her view, of course, is she's an unabashed supporter of Tesla, remains so, and believes that Tesla, for example, has billions of miles, if you like, of memory that is incorporated in the Tesla ecosystem that no other EV maker has. And that is a huge advantage when we get to things like automotive, self-driving vehicles, that Tesla has a huge advantage over everyone. And she hasn't changed her view there.
You know, Matt, as long as we've got our investor hat on here, the one the question I wanted to ask you was, this was surprising because I think people forget about it. When Tesla went public, did it have products? Because Rivian's gone public and really doesn't have much of anything to show yet.
Yeah, Tesla actually in 2010 had the Roadster, and the Roadster had been around for many years actually, and was written up by the arbiters of automotive excellence as an excellent vehicle, even though it was a Roadster. So there was a lot of evidence to suggest that this electric vehicle that Tesla had created was a standout. And of course, that paved the way for the Model S in 2012.
So takeaway from Rivian and its blockbuster IPO, Tesla, you're for real? Is that kind of the takeaway here?
If you ask Kathy Wood, she would say yes. Everything that you see from Tesla is definitely real, and only more so. That it's only going to increase.
And just 20 seconds or 30 seconds, what does it mean for Rivian then? We'll see.
Well, you know, at this point, it's almost rising tide lifts all boats. We're not just talking about Rivian. There's Lucid, which is another highly bad. Look, here's the thing. Here's the takeaway. More than 2/3 of the top automakers in the world, top 10, are now electric. Think about that. That was improbable, if not impossible, a year ago to say.
That's a short time. That's a short time frame for such a big difference.
The message investors are sending is EVs are here to stay and they're the future.
And what do we talk about every day? Rivian, Tesla, all of them. Matt, thank you so much. Really appreciate Matt Winkler. He's editor-in-chief emeritus at Bloomberg News. Check him out at Bloomberg.com. Joel Weber, thank you so much. This story in the upcoming issue of Bloomberg Business Week magazine. Joel, of course, editor of Bloomberg Business Week, that new issue, out tomorrow in newsstands, online, and always on the Bloomberg terminal. You are listening to Bloomberg Radio.
headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading on this Wednesday, November 17th, with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all declining. The NASDAQ 100 index, though, pushing higher, up now by 0.2%. Right to the numbers, we'll give you the why in a moment, with the S&P down 7 now, lower by 0.1%. The Dow down 179, down 0.5. NASDAQ down 27, a drop there of 0.2%. 10-year up 8/30 seconds, 10-year yield 1.60%. Stocks lower on concern that inflation could pose a challenge to the global economic rebound, forcing central banks to raise rates sooner than expected. Traders took some risk off the table this morning as data showed new home construction slowed down, suggesting builders are struggling to break ground on projects amid high materials prices and ongoing labor shortages. As for the Federal Reserve and how it's interpreting the inflation data, Julie Beal is portfolio manager at Kane Anderson Rudnick in Los Angeles.
I'm a big believer in reversion to the mean, and even 2% is quite low if you think about interest rates. So it depends a lot on the strength of inflation and consumer demand. I think if inflation is strong and consumer demand continues to be very strong, the Fed isn't actually going to have a choice. We can dot plot all we want, but at the end of the day, if inflation gets overheated, it's going to force their hand.
Gold up now by 0.7% to 1863 the ounce, up by 12.75. West Texas Intermediate crude down 3%, 78.31 a barrel. Natural gas down 6.7%, $4.82 per million BTUs. Target tumbling after warning that cost pressures are creeping up. Target down 4.9%. Also after earnings, TJX up by 7%. And reporting earnings this morning, we did hear from Lowe's companies, the home improvement retailer, up by 0.8%. S&P down 9, down 0.2. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenoving on Bloomberg Radio.
So looking forward to this next guest. He and I email back and forth. He always sends me thoughtful notes. And when it comes to the economy and some of the big trends that are going on, he's got a research note out, and it's entitled, "It's Not the Economy, Stupid, It is Vulnerability." Not my words. They are the words of Peter Atwater. He's adjunct professor of economics at William & Mary. He's back with us on the phone in Pennsylvania. Peter, how are you?
I'm doing great, Carol. Thanks for having me back.
So listen, it's great to have you back because, Peter, you know, you listen to us. As I said, you send notes and thoughts and observations. We are all talking a lot about inflation and supply shortages. The Bloomberg New Economy Forum is underway in Singapore. That is certainly top of mind on a global level. Whether it's tight labor markets, we see strong demand. There's like this really weird, though, disconnect because we keep talking about consumer sentiment. Everybody is so downtrodden. What is your take on all of this? What's really important?
So I think what's happened is that in the last year, we've awakened to vulnerability. And vulnerability, a lot of people talk about it, Brene Brown and folks think about it in a different way than I do. And I think of it in terms of vulnerability as the opposite of confidence, that when we don't have certainty, when we don't have control in our lives, we somehow feel threatened. Nowhere was that clearer than with the pandemic last spring. But what we've seen since then has been this ebbing and flowing of vulnerability. And, you mentioned inflation and supply chain shortages, and that's scarcity. That's how we interpret both of them psychologically. And so I think that below the surface of these record markets is really growing anxiety that things are not as certain as we'd like them to be, and we're not quite sure what to do.
So what is the connection between that vulnerability that you write about, lack of childcare, the ongoing pandemic? How does that manifest in a lack of spending or in consumer activity? What's the connection there?
So I think that you have to look at it by economic strata. because, you know, when I wrote about the K-shaped recovery last year, it was about this divide in confidence and ability. And so what you're seeing for those who do feel confident, that there is, you know, almost this sense of unlimitedness in terms of what they can afford and what they can spend and what they are spending and spending on. But as you dig down deeper into different parts of the economy, you begin to realize that wage growth isn't keeping up, and that people are now being forced to make real choices between what they can afford and what do they need versus what do they want.
So wait, Peter, so somebody comes and say, wait a minute, Peter Atwater, you know, everybody keeps talking about we're paying workers more and more, they're doing okay. We've also done stories that it's not keeping up with inflation. So, I mean, what is your pushback against that you know, we do the stories on Wall Street about bonuses going up and, you know, people jumping firms. How do we make sense of that?
So I think firms have to be really careful in trying to address what they think the problem is through money. Because what's becoming very clear as I talk to businesses and business owners, as you dig deeper, what they're finding is that the things employees need go beyond just more, higher wages. I mean, if you look at the strikes that are going on, yes, wages are a part of it, but there's a much greater sense of working conditions and, what do we do about child care, and, firms that didn't respond to the vulnerability that employees were feeling last year are really taking it in the shorts now.
Is this a firm level approach though? Is that the most effective way to tackle it? Because you have Democrats in Washington saying this is the type of stuff we need to write into legislation.
Yeah, I'm a believer that when it comes to vulnerability, proximity matters. Every crisis is local. And so policymakers want to solve these problems with broad brushes, but whether you're Republican or Democrat, the issue is much more localized. And so I would much rather see, whether it's local communities or businesses themselves, be given the tools to deal with this versus some sort of a top-down approach. The top-down takes too long. It tends to be too broad in its approach. And honestly, when we feel vulnerable, Washington feels very abstract to us. It's hard to gain a sense of control when power is far away from you.
Peter, you're right. The Great Reassessment is not only a reflection, well, let me go back. Traumatic events also foster reconsideration for what matters and how with whom we wish to spend what we view as increasingly precious time. Been there. That's my own personal assessment. You go on to say the Great Reassessment is not only a reflection of that, but a reflection of the fact that we never go back to before or after trauma. Our actions are framed by our experience, and we move forward looking to eliminate the vulnerability we've experienced. We must create new norms, routines, and habits. Will you say then, go as far as a society, certainly as a professional corporate society, we're not facing up to that yet? I feel like we see it with the tug between hybrid, not hybrid, going back to the office, not going back. Corporate executives saying, "Oh yeah, we're cool, we're all in on flexibility," and behind the scenes they're not. Your thoughts?
Yeah, so I really believe that one, we don't go back to what was, and so I think business leaders who are expecting employees to go back are missing a very significant. part of this, which is, one, the longer people are out, the fewer employees will actually come back. Just statistically, at this point, you're lucky if 70% of your folks come back just based on turnover. But I think that the bigger concern here is that companies are not hearing the vulnerabilities that employees have experienced in the last year. And so they need to be listening for where do employees feel like they don't have control today, whether it's in their workplace or at home, and what do they still think is uncertain as far as the work environment.
So hang on for a second. When you come back, I want to ask you about the implications of that, of companies maybe not facing up to that, and what that means, especially to, as you know, a Bloomberg audience, what it means in terms of financial markets, the economy, economic growth, productivity, and so on, the things that are so important to certainly those folks who listen to us.
Yeah, Peter Atwater, professor of economics at William and Mary. In the meantime, let's check the latest world and national news. Nancy Lyons standing by in D.C. Hey, Nancy.
Thanks, Tim. House Democrats are debating whether to censure their colleague, Republican Paul Gosar of Arizona, and strip him of all committee assignments. It would be in retaliation for Gosar tweeting an anime video that showed him striking Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez with a sword and also attacking President Biden. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says Gosar must be held accountable.
Depictions of violence can foment actual violence and jeopardize the safety of elected officials, as witnessed in this chamber on January 6, 2021. It is inconceivable that a member of our community here would wish to repeat the violence of that dark day.
Pelosi was followed on the floor by House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, who says Democrats are using the incident to distract from their failures. He also accused them of hypocrisy. He was one of the most famous faces of the insurrection, Jacob Chansley, the self-proclaimed QAnon shaman who wore a coyote skin headdress into the Senate chamber. Well, he has been sentenced to more than 3 years in prison for his role January 6th. The punishment was less than the 51 months prosecutors had requested. And the Manhattan DA will ask a court to exonerate 2 of the 3 men convicted in the 1965 assassination of Malcolm X. This follows the 2020 Netflix documentary, which cast doubt on the guilt of Muhammad Aziz, as well as Khalil Islam. District Attorney Cyrus Vance Jr. tweeted today his office, the Innocence Project, and a law firm would move to vacate the convictions. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. So we've got a story by our own Janet Lauren. She follows universities and endowments, really the financial picture of so many of the universities and colleges around the United States, really around the world. And I think it's safe to say that the ivory tower are getting greener.
$42 billion for Yale, $38 billion for Princeton, Columbia, $14 billion. Janet Lauren puts this into perspective by writing, all told, it's as if the Ivy League added another Harvard to its combined fortune in the space of a single year because of their investment gains in the last fiscal year for the 8 members, about $50 billion for a total of more than $190 billion in assets. So, Carol, you know what they're doing?
But
everyone goes to college for free.
Yeah, no, they're not.
Oh, they're not.
That's and the nation's elite universities. I mean, they're amassing vast wealth very, very quickly and raising some uncomfortable questions in the process. These are Janet's words she's reporting out in this story. And we've seen this come up before when it comes to lawmakers and policymakers. In 2017, as part of a Republican-led tax reform, we've seen colleges lobbying against a tax on schools with endowments of at least $500,000 per student. It was passed back in 2017, as I said, as part of that Republican-led tax reform. It affects roughly 3 dozen schools, including Harvard, Yale, and Princeton. Now, the Democratic plan announced in September for President Biden's then $3.5 trillion economic agenda curtailed the tax as long as schools address tuition costs, which, having just done the college application and done that before, you're paying anywhere from $60,000 to $80,000 easily per year for college and university.
Okay, my comment was in jest, of course, about colleges paying for all students. They're not. But with their newfound wealth, schools are bolstering financial aid. They are seeking to improve affordability for low-income students. They're increasing faculty and staff benefits and using some money to help offset those financial hits from COVID-19.
But is it on par with the amount of wealth accumulation? And at some point, how do you look at these firms, right? These universities, nonprofits.
But I think that was a good word to use.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Anyway, check it out at Bloomberg.com.
headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is the Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Hutter. We've got red on the screen, 43 minutes to go ahead of that closing bell. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all lower. However, truth be told, S&P 500 index holding very close to a record, down now by 0.1%. Lots going on. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
That's right. U.S. stocks trading in the red today, helped by a 6% decline in Visa. The Dow's currently down 163 points. S&P's dropped 6, and Nasdaq is lower by 30. The U.S. 10 yield at 1.6%. Gold is up 14 points. Transports dropped by 225, and Bitcoin is changed. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, only consumer discretionary, healthcare, and real estate were in the green. Energy was under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Apple, Home Depot, and Boeing, while Visa fell 7%. On news, Amazon is in talks to switch their co-branded card to MasterCard. After earnings, TJX jumped 7%, Target fell 5%, and in other news, Chobani filed for an IPO, while Cassava Sciences plunged 23%, following a report of an SEC investigation. Wrapping things up, NVIDIA and Cisco report after the bell. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney.
Okay, thank you very much, Bill. And here live breaking news over at your Bloomberg Type Squawk, SQAWK on your terminal. I'm Charlie Huff. That is Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. I want to continue our conversation. With us is Peter Atwater, Adjunct Professor of Economics over at William & Mary, still with us on the phone in Pennsylvania. So, Peter, you were talking about recognizing how the vulnerability that's out there and what that is doing to individuals, people's confidence. And I do wonder, what's the significance of the world of companies not facing up to that? We're not going to go back to life as it was before our trauma, which was the pandemic. And I guess what I'm getting to, and my producers know this really well, like when we're booking a guest or somebody says something that's like, tell me why I care. Tell me why as a human I care, why as an investor I care about this.
You care about this because vulnerability is as much a cognitive condition as it is anything else. So your employees are preoccupied. They're worried about something that's happening in their life, not what is driving your business. And I think for employers, they need to recognize that that has a real impact on their bottom line. I know from experience, working with managers who have found that, it's the car trouble that an employee faces that is what is making it difficult for them to show up on work and to pay attention at work because they're worried about that, or the child care, or these things that seemingly feel minor to many corporate leaders is what is preoccupying their employees day in and day out.
Are the economic incentives, though, aligned for companies on a broad level to take those concerns seriously? And I'm not talking about people who are salaried and have 401ks. I'm talking about people who work in hourly positions. And
you probably worked during the pandemic, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think you're seeing this in healthcare, where nurses and emergency room doctors are saying, I've had enough.
Yeah.
And so you're seeing people make deliberate life choices, career choices that have significant ripple-on effects to the rest of society. And I think that, where there has been the greatest, grievances today on the employee front are those who have experienced the pandemic outside of the home, those who stood for a living. And I think that increasingly they feel unheard, having provided, in many cases, heroic help, in health, in food, in transportation, and are wondering to what end.
So what's interesting too, and it's funny, you say about, especially Peter, in the healthcare area. We talked with Dr. Imana Abuzade yesterday. She's the CEO at Incredible Health, and she works with the nursing industry and helping healthcare systems get access to the nurse care that they need, and talked about the toll it has taken on these individuals and how there's a real shortage of nurses at this point. So as we look forward and we try to figure out what 2022 looks like, if we underestimate the impact of individuals feeling vulnerable, and what that means in terms of productivity and economic growth, it sounds like we are very much at risk of seeing a potential slowdown or missing out on signs of a policy mistake by missing something like this that will play into, and I'm not trying to be so cold, but will play into the economic statistics that will, bear out maybe later next year.
Yeah, I think that's right, particularly because in many cases these are stacked vulnerabilities. And on the one hand, you have those who have worked outside of the home, day in and day out for the past 18 months. And on the other hand, you have stacked confidence, stacked privilege, as it were, for those who have been able to easily navigate the pandemic. And I don't think I think one of the things that the pandemic has created is blindness and a lack of awareness to the condition of those who serve this amazing, deliver at any time, day or night, to your doorstep economy.
Yeah, that's not to be underestimated. I agree.
And again, we're seeing that in the supply chain. It's just one window into it.
To build on Carol's question, Peter, do you see a fundamental shift on the other side of the pandemic? I think early on in the pandemic, we felt this sort of unity and an appreciation for so many of these people. And I'm wondering if it manifested in higher wages and an appreciation that is manifested in something tangible, and if that sticks on the other side.
Yeah, I'm more afraid, Tim, of zero-sum thinking developing, where increasingly, because people are frustrated, they feel that someone's gain has come at their own expense.
Yeah. No, it's certainly something to kind of absolutely layer on as we look at what's going on in the economy and trying to understand. And it's interesting, Peter, considering we've had a lot of conversations with CEOs and leaders who are saying they're paying attention to the stresses on workers and trying to make sure that they meet their needs, but it sounds like there's a lot of gaps in that.
Yeah, I mean, we see that playing out. I think we see that playing out on Wall Street right now, certainly.
Right.
And we see it with the pushback, and we see it particularly with Jane Fraser at Citi.
That's a good point. Absolutely. Peter Atwater, thank you so much. Always give us some things to think about. Adjunct Professor of Economics at William & Mary on the phone from Pennsylvania. You can check him out on Twitter at Peter_Atwater. All right, coming up next, Chart of the Day with Dave Wilson.
Ooh, Song of the Day as well.
We're going to get to it in just a moment. You are listening to Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston, Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco, Bloomberg 960 to the country, Sirius XM Channel 119, and around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
All right, just about half an hour left in today's trading session. Just under. We're going to do the chart of the day.
Chart of the day, the stock of the day, of course, I can say this, my favorite, the
What?
stock of the day.
Yes, you can. Can you guess it, though?
Well, we had Tom Petty playing when we finished our last interview, so I was thinking, it could be Tom Petty.
Maybe a little warm up. All right, we'll find out in just a moment. Let's get back there to Charlie Pellet with what's up with the trade. Hey, Charlie.
Well, not the indexes and averages. They're not up right now. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all on the minus side right now. We've got 28 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. But the NASDAQ 100 index, I'm looking at green. They're up 0.1%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 42 points right now, down 0.3%. S&P down 9, we're up there at 0.2%. The Dow down 159, down 0.4. NASDAQ 100, by the way, up by less than 0.1%. Russell 2000 down 1.2%. Stocks lower across the board, falling on concern that inflation could pose a challenge to the global economic rebound. 10-year up 9.30 seconds. 10-year yield right now 1.60%. Spot gold up 0.8%. 18.64 the ounce on gold. Big move to the downside in the energy markets today. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.8%, 78.49 a barrel. Did see trading with a 77 handle earlier in the session. Brent crude down 2.3% now, 80.57. Brent also is trading below $80 a barrel. Natural gas, though, is the big story, plunging 6.5% right now. 483 per million BTUs on nat gas. Amazon.com is considering shifting its popular co-branded credit card to MasterCard in its simmering tensions with Visa, a feud that already prompted the retailer to ban the payment giant's cards in the United Kingdom. Visa down 5.5% right now, MasterCard down 2.8%, Amazon up by 0.4%. The healthcare industry, like so many others, is dealing with a worker shortage amid vaccine mandates. Dr. Bhakti Hansadi is Associate Professor of Emergency Medicine at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. She says there are several reasons for staffing issues at hospitals.
I know there's a healthcare worker shortage. I don't think we can blame that on the vaccine mandate. I mean, to be honest, like 30% of the workforce seems to have left. In some emergency rooms, that number is as high as 80% turnover since the start of the pandemic. But I think it's multifactorial, right? It's people going home to take care of their families, individuals who have gotten sick, that have had long COVID, individuals who were laid off early in the pandemic, right, and lost their livelihood, and now don't want to return back to that industry after they pivoted, and there's burnout.
Dr. Bhakti Hansadi with the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, which is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Checking some of the vaccine stocks that we checked, they're all higher right now. Pfizer up 2.8%. BioNTech's ADR is up 4.7%. AstraZeneca's ADR is up 0.2%. Moderna out of Cambridge up 4.4%. J&J Johnson & Johnson up 0.6%. Recapping, stocks lower, holding close to a record, down 7, down by 0.2%. And that's Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much, Charlie Pellet. This is Bloomberg.
Where's Nancy Lyons when I need her? Nancy, where are you? It's like classic rock, right? Like 80s, 90s, 80s, 90s.
What goes around comes around?
Round and Round is the song.
Round and Round, okay.
By a band called Rat.
Yeah, no.
Out on the West Coast.
We could have played that one, the entire song, we wouldn't have gotten this.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. That's pretty obscure, right?
Well, yeah, but here's a really obscure piece of trivia.
Oh, Nancy Lyons knew it.
Nancy knew it! Oh, where was she?
Did.
Come on, Nancy. Is that Rat with 2 T's?
It is.
Okay,
She
Nancy.
says from her, can I say this, Nancy? Are you okay? I'm going to assume you're saying yes. From her high school days, I won't say what year. That's from Paul Brennan, our producer from his 1984 high school days. I can
She
see,
doesn't ask you, Paul, if she can say it. She just goes and says it.
I can see Paul rocking out to that. I bet he looked a little differently.
One quick piece of trivia.
What?
The video for that song featured the band's manager's uncle. And that would be Milton Berle.
Oh my God.
In drag.
In drag? Wow.
In any case.
Whoa.
So,
I don't even know where to go with that one.
Oh, well, let's not go anywhere. Let's go to the chart instead. You know, why that song, Round and Round, you know, you think about rotations, and that's what the folks at Prescott Capital are looking for. What they call a great rotation into cheaper value stocks and away from those faster growing U.S. companies. And one reason they expect that to happen is just a valuation gap, the likes of which you basically haven't seen before. And it's an indicator called enterprise value, so you're looking at, you know, the company's market value plus the debt on their books minus the cash, so an alternative to just share price, and comparing that with sales. So what they call EV to sales. Now, EV in this case, not meaning electric vehicles, but enterprise value. And when you compare, you see the Russell 1000 Growth Index at about 5.4 times. You know, you look at the Russell 1000 value, it's about 2.4. You know, subtract, you get a number 3. Earlier this month it was 3.4, got above a peak from 2000, right around the time that the dot-com era was ending.
So growth overvalued, value undervalued, or what?
That's their conclusion, absolutely, and that's why they're saying it's time for that great rotation. And
do you know how many times people have been called that great rotation?
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I guess at some point it will happen.
Literally my entire career.
Exactly.
But here's something at least that kind of puts where we are now in a historical context.
Yeah.
Well, we all know what happened after the dot-com bust, Dave, and it shows this on your chart.
We do, absolutely. You get to the mid-2000s, and you know, in fact, you had growth stocks cheaper than value.
Yeah.
Just goes to show how things have changed.
It was a runaway market. I mean, right? We just slapped .com on any name, and it was like it just took off, right? It didn't matter.
That's a whole other story, and we'll save that one for tomorrow.
Dun, dun, dun.
Wow.
Deep tease.
How did you know that, Carol?
Me and Dave Wilson, it's like a mind meld.
Okay.
Well, in any case. Well, okay, so you know my stock of the day, Carol?
No.
That would be
the mind meld goes so far.
All right, that would be Penske Automotive Group. The ticker is PAG. You might have heard of Roger Penske, known for his participation in race car
he did
events.
Letterman, right? Did they do it together?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah,
Anyway,
a
go
little
ahead.
bit. In any case, Morgan Stanley, the analyst over there, Adam Jonas, who's pretty well known for his calls on Tesla, he's turning more negative on auto dealers as a group, specifically with Penske. He cut his rating to underweight from equal weight, so the equivalent of sell from hold. And what you got out of that is the biggest loss for Penske, ticker, PAG, in 20 months. It's down about 10.5%. In fact, you're seeing declines across the group. Sonic Automotive, Lithium Motors, AutoNation, Asbury Auto, Group 1 Automobile, all down roughly 10%.
Maybe I'm thinking Bobby Rahal. That's where Dave Letterman in terms
That's
of
true. Rahal Letterman.
Yep, right?
Hey, check out Dave's Stock of the Day. It's just after 4:15 p.m. Wall Street Times on Facebook, LinkedIn, and on Twitter at The One Day.
You too can maybe get a mind meld with Dave Wilson.
I feel like Nancy Lyons has a mind
You
meld.
totally have a mind meld.
Don't think so. Anyway, President Biden is taking aim at higher gas prices and suggesting something criminal may be involved.
The president sent a letter today to the head of the Federal Trade Commission, Lena Khan, calling for an investigation into, quote, mounting evidence of anti-consumer behavior by oil and gas companies. The letter expressed concern about the gap between the price at the pump and at the wholesale level. Gas prices have jumped nearly 50% since last year. The FTC is an independent agency, though it could decide to follow the president's recommendations. State and federal regulators routinely launch investigations into rising gas prices, though they rarely lead to concrete action. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
The president is in Michigan today, touring GM's Factory Zero, where the company will build its electric vehicles. Well, the House is nearing a vote on whether to censure one of their colleagues, Paul Gosar, for distributing an anime video depicting violence against Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, as well as President Biden. Speaker Nancy Pelosi calls his actions inconceivable.
This is about workplace harassment and violence against women. Yet, the member has never apologized for his actions. It's a cartoon. Relax, he said. Really? A cartoon? relax.
Pelosi was countered by House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, who says the move to censure Gosar is the definition of abuse of power. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
Thank you so much for that update, Nancy Lyons. Carol Masterman and Tim Stenbeck in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in New York. We're getting to another one of the most read on the Bloomberg terminal.
Yeah, and this has to do with the Miami condo collapse, the catastrophic structural failure that led to the collapse of the Champlain Towers condominium outside of Miami. That was back in June. We talked about it a lot on here, and certainly all of the national news coverage was on. It was linked apparently to construction of a luxury high-rise development next door, according to a lawsuit filed by families of people that were killed in that disaster.
Developers of the Renzo Piano-designed 87 Park were improperly allowed to build higher and larger than originally entitled. That's according to the suit filed Tuesday in Miami-Dade County Circuit Court. The project's Carol was sloped so runoff poured into Champlain Towers and undermined the building's structural integrity, which was also damaged by excavation and pile driving, the suit claims.
All right, and then when residents at Champlain Towers raised concerns about the work to the developers, lawyers for project developer Terra Group offered $200,000 in payments to residents on condition of confidentiality rather than fix the damage, according to the complaint. It cited a 2019 email by Terra Group CEO David Martin to other development executives saying, quote, keep moving the job forward, do not let any neighbor delay us.
Terra Group has developed residential and commercial real estate projects throughout the South Florida area, totaling about 5 million square feet and valued at $8 billion. The complaint also named the general contractor and engineering consultants on the project as defendants.
And we should point out the developer's lawyer denied the allegations in the lawsuit. Listen, what this has come to is there's a lot of debate over coastal development, or older and less affluent residents are struggling with the cost of upkeep in some modest buildings, while more glamorous new developments are being built. I mean, this is new construction, old construction, and then you're dealing with coastal properties that really get kind of a lot of wear and tear because you're so close to the elements, meaning the ocean.
Yeah, and what are those coastal properties going to look like in a few decades?
Exactly. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Radio. Carol Master, Tim Stenbeck.
headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pella. 13 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. S&P and NASDAQ still trading close to records. S&P down 5 right now. That is a drop of just about 1/10%. NASDAQ lower by 29 points, drop now of 0.2%. The Dow slumping 139, down 0.4%. The Dow at 36,002 right now. Interestingly, NASDAQ 100 index higher by 0.1%. Tech-heavy NASDAQ 100 outperforming major benchmarks, being led by a rally in giants Apple and Tesla. Right now, we've got the 10-year up 12.30 seconds, 10-year yield 1.59%. Spot gold up 0.8%, 1866 the ounce. Cannot ignore what's happening with energy today. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.8%, 78.47 a barrel. Natural gas dropping 6.4%. Nat gas right now 4.84 per million BTUs. After the bell, lots of closely watched earnings. Cisco Systems trading higher now by 0.2%. The chipmaker NVIDIA will also be reporting down now by 3.6%. Also checking in after the bell, Victoria's Secret trading lower now by 2%. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 4, drop of 1/10. I'm Charlie Pella, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pella. It's 3:49 on Wall Street.
The following is an editorial from Bloomberg Opinion.
The U.S. has spent decades cultivating closer ties with India, but a new dispute threatens those years of progress. Joe Biden should act now to defuse it. At issue is India's purchase of the powerful Russian-made S-400 air defense system. Delivery of the system will technically put India in violation of the Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act, which bans dealings with major Russian arms contractors. The U.S. imposed sanctions on Turkey after it concluded a similar deal in 2017. But India deserves more lenient treatment. That's because India is plainly cooperating with the U.S. on other security matters, one of the key conditions for a sanctions waiver. Levying sanctions, even symbolic ones, could set this increasingly important relationship back years. The best way to deepen the alliance is to show India the benefits of cooperation, not the cost of disagreement. This editorial was written by the Bloomberg Opinion Editorial Board. I'm David Shipley. For more Bloomberg Opinion, please go to Bloomberg.com/opinion or OPI and Go on the Bloomberg Terminal.
This has been Bloomberg Opinion.
I'm riding in my car.
Now let you let me drive.
Oh, no. This is not a toy.
Who's gonna drive me home?
Honey, please, I want to drive. Drive on.
Sorry,
I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
Funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just about 9.5 minutes left in today's trading session. Definitely a risk-off trade. We've seen yields back off. Let's get to it with Alan Zaffron back with us, founding partner and co-CEO at IEQ Capital. He is once again on the phone from Foster City, California. Alan, how are you?
Well, I'm doing great, but there was a 4.1 earthquake. About 20 miles from me about an hour ago. So we got a little shaking up here on the 18th floor. But,
okay.
We're doing fine.
Wow. But you know, you're Californian. I'm a Californian. This is a way of life. It's a fact of life. We're used to this stuff, right?
Yeah, San Ramon is back on the map. Check it out. 4.1, but we're doing fine. No problems here.
Well, you know, I feel like that's reflective of what's going on in the markets a little bit. It's not like we're falling off a cliff or anything. We're actually still kind of near highs in terms of records on equity averages, that's for sure. But there's definitely some volatility in the marketplace here, Alan.
Yeah, question, but I actually think the market is settling down. And I don't think people are totally focused on it. Yeah, well, here's what I'm saying. You know the way Gretzky saying you don't skate to where the puck is, you skate to where it's going? So many inflationistas out there worrying inflation is going to be out of control. If the 10-year Treasury is sitting at 1.6% and it's been here for month after month after month, and everyone worried about inflation, it's telling you inflation probably is temporary. It probably isn't going to be permanent. And so when you head into next year, you're going to see growth slowing. And growth's going to be slowing because we're going to get past this rebound from COVID. Rates being higher are going to start slowing down growth. You've had a really strong U.S. dollar. That slows down growth, particularly in emerging markets and developed markets. China's slowing. All of that slows down this concern about inflation. And you know what it does? It sets us up for the world we knew before COVID. Slower growth. The growth stocks, the tech names tend to dominate again. We're not contracting. We still can generate profits, and the world will be okay. But the world's kind of settling, I think, back into that scenario. I don't think we're racing up to 3% 10-year Treasury yields. Therefore, I just don't think the market's going to be that disheveled, barring all kinds of exogenous shocks you can never predict.
So you're on team transitory. You're on team transitory.
I do. I'm in the transitory side. I think the combination of yields already having moved up, oil prices moving up, China's conundrum, and a strong dollar, all put headwinds, if you will, or pressure on global economic growth going fast enough to create permanence of inflation at problematic levels. The problem is we sit and focus on restaurants and leisure travel and nail salons, and those things might be part of Main Street, but they're actually a very small percentage of Wall Street. That S&P 500 index is not dominated by commodity-laden enterprises. And so stocks can go up in this world where costs of wages, some of these restaurants and some of the costs commodities are going up a bit, but not enough to stop the stock market. Something else is going to have to break this market. I don't think it's going to be inflation.
You don't think it's going to be inflation, but when you look at the price increases of so many different categories, right, very broad-based in terms of increases, they're pretty significant. You see the numbers alone in a bubble, and it's hard not to be shocked by them. What's the reality of those numbers, Alan, and do they, as much as they've gone up, do they significantly come down?
Yeah, well, the reality is the cost of my Thanksgiving turkey has gone up a lot, and cranberry sauce. Yeah. The cost of my trip at vacation this December by flight has gone up a lot. But when you look forward, higher energy prices, higher borrowing yields, China's secular shift down in growth, that all is going to weigh on economic growth. And you're already starting to see the PMIs, the purchasing manager indexes that we, or at least economists, focus on, they're starting to roll over. And generally, inflationary statistics drop 3 to 6 months after the PMIs have crested, and they've already crested. And that's, I think, why that bond market also is sort of cresting here.
Did you say recessionary or no?
No, I don't think it's recessionary because just to start the U.S. The U.S. is probably the strongest market for the most part, certainly in the developed world, in 2022. You're going to see greater weakness in the Eurozone. That's probably going to be the weakest major economy. China clearly slowing. The emerging markets are going to be pressured by the strong dollar. But here in the U.S., if we're going to grow at close to a 5% real GDP growth this year, we're probably going to still grow about 4% next year, but it will be faster initially and will flow over the course of 2022 as we increasingly move away from this sugar high of getting out of COVID and getting back to the reality of a world of modestly higher prices, modestly higher yields, stronger dollar, all those things that slow down growth a bit. But the U.S. is still going to be a vibrant and growing economy, particularly in relation to non-U.S. economies for the most part.
Okay, Alan, so let's talk where our audience and where you think investors should be putting their money right now. How do you trade this environment?
Well, first of all, long is strong. I still remain an optimistic or constructive view on equities because equities are reasonable inflation. And I once again reassert, in a world of low yields, looking for other income alternatives and things like real estate-oriented income and things like REITs make tremendous sense because you can still drive real return with an inflation hedge as rents rise relative to conventional bonds. And the reality is, in lots of real estate sectors, like warehouses and like apartments, rents haven't rolled over year over year yet. And so when they roll over, the rent increases away from earthquake laid in California, but anywhere else in the country. Real rent growth is going up 10 to 15% in markets like Nashville. And so what you're getting is rent increases that translate directly into value increases in those properties. So I still think real estate-oriented income or other income alternatives, private credit, where the strength, balance sheet strength of the private companies is still strong. You can buy floating rate debt, so you're not caught in the world of modestly high rates hurting your public fixed income. That's the places to look for income beyond dividend-paying stocks.
All right.
I think that's the place to be.
All right, Alan, nice to get some time with you on this Wednesday. Alan Zafran, founding partner and co-CEO at IEQ Capital, on the phone from Foster City, California, where he said just nearby, 4.1 earthquake. Yeah, that's California for you.
Yeah, my home. That said, those can be very jarring.
Yeah, right. Especially if you're not used to it, or even if you're used to it, it's still just a reminder of what's going on.
I never got used to it.
I bet. Just a quick check on the markets for you right now. We are seeing the S&P 500 just down about 10 points. The Dow Jones Industrial Average off 184, and the Nasdaq a decline of about 47 points. We've been bouncing around. We're off our highs and lows of the session. We're going to head over to our TV team for Beyond the Bell. That is live coverage of our market wrap on this Wednesday. It's live on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg TV, and on YouTube. We're counting you down to the closing bell.
Beyond the Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic, Caroline Hyde, Taylor Riggs here counting you down to the closing bell. And now here to help take us beyond the bell. It's our global simulcast with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic, bringing together our Bloomberg television, radio, and YouTube audiences here on a relatively muted day. Carol, you had S&P 500 that pretty much opened the day flat. It's been in the red for a good portion of the day. Really hasn't managed to gain any traction whatsoever.
Well, and Romaine, it's been interesting to read some of the market analysis out there. They're saying that some of what we're seeing in the trade today is concerns once again about inflation concerns. But, having said that, I'm looking all along the yield curve, and rates are also down. They were higher during an earlier part, maybe right out of the gate this morning, but nonetheless, we're seeing them lower. So I'm trying to get my head around, if there's inflation concerns, why aren't, Tim, rates rising?
Right. We did see Target earnings today, sort of a similar story from yesterday. I think that plays into the inflation narrative. But at the same time, we just spoke to Alan Zafran at IEQ Capital, and he said he's on team transitory. He pointed to where the 10-year is and has been as a sign that inflation, well, it's not here to stay.
What was that acronym, Taylor, that you were told with your
yes, I found a new acronym. Thank you, Caroline. I have a new acronym. Instead of Tina is old news. The new one is Teeny. Transitory, ? It's not inflation.
Yeah, and look,
it's not just going to catch on, I'm just saying.
It's not going to catch on. But but back to the point about the idea here that the bond market is telling a little bit something about those expectations and the flattening that we continue to see across the yield curves, with the 5 right now at 75 basis points here, and I think the 210s also slightly lower here on the day. Of course, look. This isn't a huge down day here. We'll let Caroline clear her throat for 1 second here. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down slightly here on the day, down by about 210 points here. We wait for these numbers to settle around this time, as we do every day, but it's going to be a down day. 0.6% on the Dow, about 2 to 0.3% on the S&P 500, 0.3% on the Nasdaq Composite. The big underperformer of the day, though, that's actually going to go to the Russell 2000. The Russell 2000 down about 28 points, or about 1.2% here. A lot of biotech names leading this lower. And actually, a lot of those EV makers like Fisker, which is down about 9% on the day, and a few other retailers like Macy's, which is down 5% on the day, Carol.
And did you mention small caps? Because we did see the small cap industry world, I should say, taking a little bit of a hit down about 1.2%. So
yeah, that's the Russell 2000.
Right.
Yeah, I just said that.
Oh, okay.
Well, despite calls though from Ned Davis Research,
Carol doesn't
small
listen
caps,
to me. That's the moral of the story.
The Ned Davis Research, Ed Clissel's out with a note today saying the small caps are actually maybe now the place to be. So certainly we can debate that further. Let's go back to some of the big caps that we're seeing in terms of the S&P 500. For the radio audience, it's green in the winners and it's red in the losers on a sector basis. Let me just run you through a little bit of some of the action. It's auto, and some of these auto components are up about 3.4%. Otherwise, it really seems to be a bond story, Carol, with tech and real estate the second best performers. How much of that is if bond yields are falling? And then, of course, do you see this as the camera migrates down to the bottom of the screen with banks and some of the dividend financials? And then, of course, some of the energy index, that's off about 2%. Wondering how we're thinking about that reflationary trade today.
All right, let's take a look at some of the gainers. TJX, that was atop the pack in the S&P 500.
Yeah, you were talking this up yesterday.
I know.
You love the rummages.
I do. I love the search for a bargain. Stock was up about 6%. It was, though, out of the gate up almost 11%. Settled down a little bit, but still with about a 6% gain on the session. Rallying to a record after third quarter results. Top analyst estimates. The company saying it is in an excellent inventory position heading into the holidays. Sales in the earlier part of the fourth quarter were very strong, but again, this is a different type of retailer. They also increased the range for expected share buybacks or by $500 million. So now they're looking at about $1.75 to $2 billion worth of stock in a buyback. And they
8
also
days to Thanksgiving, by the way.
What?
8 days until Thanksgiving.
38 to Christmas.
Get your turkey towels as we speak. Moderna up about 3.4%, top in the S&P 500 and in the NASDAQ 100, seeking emergency use authorization of the COVID booster for adults 18 and over. You also had the Biden administration saying that they're going to help drug makers out in terms of production and giving $1 billion to the Tesla. I wanted to mention Tesla because it's been under some pressure. We did see a gain of about 3.25% after a 4% gain yesterday, top in the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500, even as Elon continues to sell stock.
All right. Well, it was sort of a tale of two different retailers today, TJX versus what we saw with Target. Target shares finishing the day down by more than 4.7%. Talked about this a little earlier. We've been talking about it all day. A really similar story with what we saw with Walmart yesterday. A really good report, except for gross margins. Target even raised its full-year sales guidance. The company isn't passing along these rising costs onto consumers. They're eating them, and that's digging into gross margins. Higher costs, labor expenses also weighing on the company. I did talk to CFRA analyst Arun Sundaram earlier today. We had him on Quick Take Stock. He actually said today's slide is a buying opportunity, and he raised his price target to $308, so significantly higher than where it's trading right now at $253. Also, keep an eye on Visa. Shares lower by 4.7% today. Fell the most in over a year at one point today after Amazon said it will stop accepting purchases made with the credit card issued in the UK as of next year. In the US, Amazon does have the Visa branded credit card.
Can I pay with a Visa in the United States?
For now, you can. But Jenny Serrain actually had a story out just a little while ago, a Bloomberg exclusive.
I like her,
yeah, she's fantastic. She talked about Amazon considering this change to its co-branded credit card, potentially moving to rival MasterCard as a way to secure better terms for Visa.
In all seriousness, why do we need Visa, MasterCard, Amex? I mean, aren't we at a stage now where some of these other sort of newfangled fintech payment systems can kind of circumvent that?
Are you saying we should do crypto?
Yes, it always comes back to crypto.
But even a lot of those fintech companies are still using traditional payment methods at this point.
Right, for transactions, right? To actually process the transactions.
Exactly. We saw shares of MasterCard move lower today as well. Rivian Automotive, Carol, you talked about Tesla. Guess what? Rivian stock, it goes down. It doesn't just go up. This is the first time it's gone down. Went down 15% today. It's trading at $146. You have to go all the way back to, I think, Monday for it to be trading this low.
All the way back to Monday.
Not a move on fundamentals, by the way.
All-time decline there.
Not a move on fundamentals.
Let's look at what's also moving in the FX world. And it's notable that, talking of wild rides, yen has been on quite the volatile mix. We saw yesterday it sell off significantly. Today it's having its best day since August, where the Japanese yen up 0.6%. So finally we get a little bit of a dollar weakness story on the day. We're seeing the Canadian dollar, though, weaker than the US dollar. That in large part because this is a tale of what's happening in commodities. Similar for the Aussie dollar, off by 0.5%. Inflation, of course, is a key watchword for everyone. This is a global story. It's not just what's happening here in the United States. The Great British Pound up by 0.4%, as we currently see the UK's inflation reading coming in the strongest in a decade. I look at what's happening in oil. We're off by almost 3% in WTI crude. Will we see some sort of tap into the reserves in the United States? It's still being discussed. Natural gas actually down by some 6% after we rallied yesterday. And sovereign bonds, mixed picture. We're seeing Canadian 5-year currently yields pushing down in Canada and the US, up in Japan.
All right, want to get to Cisco Systems because they're out with their earnings and the stock is dropping about 8.4% here in the after hours. First of all, let's get to the outlook because the company sees second quarter revenue up 4.5% to 6.5%. The estimate out there was much more optimistic, about a 7.4% increase. It also sees first quarter service revenue, getting to the breakdown of some of the companies, different business divisions, $3.37 billion. That was a slight miss of $3.44 billion. It also, let me go to the first quarter revenue number. That was pretty much on target, $12.9 billion versus $12.99 billion, the estimate. First quarter adjusted EPS, 82 cents a share. That's a penny better than what Wall Street. Was expecting, but that outlook is definitely a disappointment. This stock, it's a mega tech company, right, and plays into the networking and connected space. It's been up about almost 30% so far this year, so maybe expectations going into it were pretty high. But this company also plays with a lot of the semiconductor companies. That's where they get a lot of supplies from, so it'll be interesting to see what they have to say on that call, Tim.
You're watching shares of Cisco. I'm watching shares of Sonos bouncing around in after hours. At first, when these numbers came out, shares were down 8% after hours. Now they're higher after Sonos announced a $150 million share buyback. As far as results go, Sonos pretty much met expectations on the top line, but it was a miss on the bottom line. In a statement, the company's CEO, Patrick Spence, who we're going to be speaking to tomorrow, said we've just completed a record fiscal 2021 and are confident in the long-term growth, profit, and cash generation of our model. We are committed to driving long-term shareholder value. Looking forward to any commentary that the company has to say about supply chain challenges and any delays as we get into the holiday season and what consumers can expect, Romain.
Yeah, I think that's that's more what I'm interested in hearing, how they're going to deal with that. Obviously, they deal with a lot of these parts issues, and we've been joking a lot today about how some of these supply chain issues are easing. There was actually an interesting note out by Goldman today saying that some of the issues affecting Apple, that's starting to ease. We've also heard from other companies, including over at Target, saying that, look, I mean, it's not as bad as it was. That doesn't necessarily mean we're back to pre-pandemic levels. And today, Tim, my couch arrived.
It did. Congratulations on your couch. I got to tell you, anecdotally speaking, I actually ordered a Sonos for my father for his birthday back in August.
And did it arrive?
It took weeks for it to arrive, and that was at that point then.
Meanwhile, we're hearing, of course, from members of the Fed still, and Evans saying supply shocks have gone on longer than I expected. So clearly, this anecdotal evidence that things are starting to turn up, mainly in Romaine's apartment, well, for many, still not occurring.
Well, surfing at romance.
The sofa's there. It's set up. We're going to have a sofa party. All 5 of you are invited.
Well, Cisco...
we're not allowed to touch it.
Cisco...
well, you can't sit on it.
All right, Cisco expects supply chain challenges, by the way, which have weighed on profit to carry into at least the first half of the year. So that's in their press releases. No talk of couches, but they are talking about the supply chain overall.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye, by the way, on NVIDIA earnings coming off after the bell as well.
All right, folks, that's going to do it for our market wrap coverage beyond the bell on radio, TV, and on YouTube. We'll see you again, same time, same place tomorrow.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
So what's Sonos doing in the after hours?
Bouncing around a little. But higher by percent right now. I got to tell you, as soon as that headline crossed about that $150 million share buyback, shares before that, shares were down as much as 8% in after hours, Carol. So investors certainly happy about that.
Right, and it's a usual reaction that we see a lot. All right, we're going to dig a little bit to that and watch out for NVIDIA. In the meantime, back to World and National News and to Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Carol. A vote is underway in the House on whether to censure Congressman Paul Gosar for posting a violent anime video depicting him killing Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez with a sword. She says what people in Congress say means something.
When we incite violence with depictions against our colleagues, that trickles down into violence in this country.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy defended Gosar and took a swipe at Democrats.
The video was deleted, but Democrats won't listen because they will do anything to distract from the failures of one-party rule in 1 year, destroying a nation.
Gosar has rebuffed calls to apologize. The man known as the QAnon shaman, Jacob Chansley, was sentenced today to 41 months in prison for his role in the January 6th insurrection. Chansley is seen in multiple videos that day wearing a buffalo hat and no shirt, cheering on rioters as they ransacked the Capitol. In court, Chansley expressed deep remorse for his actions and says he takes full responsibility. Kyle Rittenhouse's attorneys have asked the judge to declare a mistrial before the jury reaches a decision, saying the defense received an inferior copy of a key video from prosecutors. Prosecutors countered that the jury saw the highest quality version of the video during the trial and it was played without objection. Rittenhouse is facing trial for killing 2 people and injuring a third during a Black Lives Matter protest. In Kenosha, Wisconsin, he claims he shot in self-defense. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Tim Stanovic, and an interesting story on the Bloomberg terminal has to do with the metaverse. And Epic Games CEO Tim Sweeney may be the most enthusiastic supporter of the metaverse after Mark Zuckerberg, who renamed, as we know, his entire company Meta Platforms. But the metaverse is a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity, according to the Epic CEO.
I don't know if you were the video game maker CEO. Wouldn't you be excited about the metaverse?
Are you talking your book a little bit?
Yes, exactly.
I mean, you think about the growth potential, right? I mean,
yeah.
When you think about the metaverse and video games, that seems to make so much sense.
Yeah. Have you tried the Oculus headset?
I have not.
So this is Facebook bought this for $2 billion years ago.
I don't think I played with it.
It's pretty cool. It's really cool. I'm not even a gamer, and I think it's really, really cool. And the way that it's improved in the last few years, like newer generations of it, are really good. The question is, Carol, does Facebook successfully pull this off as something that's not gaming related, in the sense of a metaverse actually having? And I don't want to denigrate video games, but like I'm using air quotes here, the productivity element of it, right? Right. And that's what Mark Zuckerberg talked about when he presented the name change for the company. He talked about having meetings in the metaverse. And I wonder what that looks like beyond gaming, because I think it's fair to say that a lot of the way that people right now think about the metaverse is similar to what Tim Sweeney says, that this is something that is going to could work very well when it comes to gaming.
Yeah, I mean, I think when people think about the fits when it comes to the metaverse, this is an easy one to get and understand, and really could create this whole new type of world for playing video games, whether you go places to do it or whether you do it in your home. So it makes a lot of sense. I guess what I find interesting is it's the companies that are going to be providing content, but it's the technical infrastructure, right? That's going to be an investment play potentially if it lives up to this multi-trillion-dollar opportunity.
Yeah, and as Mark Gurman talked about in his newsletter Power On over the weekend, Apple getting into the metaverse is sort of the real way that it goes further.
All right, we're going to continue to track this for you. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Tim Stanovic, and this is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pelledaff. Still for NVIDIA, 0.1% ahead of its report. But we did hear from Cisco Systems moments ago. Shares are slumping after its quarterly revenue forecast trailed estimates. Cisco Systems down now by about 7%. Also reporting moments ago as the headlines clear right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service Victoria's Secret third quarter net sales, $1.44 billion. Estimates have been $1.46 billion. Stocks lower today on concern that inflation could pose a challenge to the global economic rebound, forcing central banks to raise rates sooner than expected. S&P down 12, a drop today of 0.3%. The Dow down 211 today, down 0.6. NASDAQ down 52, a drop of 0.3. 10-year up 13.30. 10-year yield 1.58%. Spot gold up 0.9%. 18.66 the ounce. Big move for crude, down 3.4%. 78.05 a barrel. Natural gas tumbling 5.8%. Nat gas 487 per million BTUs. News involving Disney Cruise Lines. The days of bringing unvaccinated kids aboard a cruise ship are winding down. Disney becoming the first cruise company to introduce a vaccine mandate for passengers 5 years old and up. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Tim Sten. Of earnings flow, Sonos and Cisco, watching them in the after hours. Sonos up now about 4.4%. We are seeing some pressure on Cisco, and we're awaiting NVIDIA, which should cross at any moment. So let's see what Dan Morgan, VP and Senior Portfolio Manager at Synovus Trust Company, has to say. They've got roughly $21.5 billion in assets under management. He's with us back on the phone from Atlanta. We love talking chips with you. When I think of Cisco Systems, this is a company that works with a lot of chip suppliers. Dan, what can we pull away from Cisco's results?
Well, you're right, Carol, because Cisco is a hardware company. You know, it's kind of funny because we don't talk about Cisco that much anymore, but we used to back in the 90s.
Isn't that amazing? You know, it's like a massive company. It's like what, 240 billion market cap or something like that. And you're right, we a lot.
Yeah, I mean, they were they were in the forefront of the router switch market when we make the movement away from the mainframe to a client-server environment where we started using our PCs to tie into our servers.
Right.
And then that business became very mature, so they had to move into other areas like wireless and security and so forth. And it's been a tough transition for them, Carol. I mean, this quarter looked pretty good. I mean, they came in pretty much in line with expectations in terms of product revenue and service revenue. They guided for their upcoming second quarter 80 to 82 cents, which is in the range, so to speak, of what the street was looking for. But they've got a bit of a mountain to climb because they've been kind of left out of all the fun, right? The fun's been in the cloud and artificial intelligence and the migration to 5G. You and I talk about that all the time. Mm-hmm. And Cisco, they're getting there, but they're still, I think of them still as a router switch company.
Yeah, right.
We're getting some breaking news on NVIDIA earnings right now. Shares in after hours are moving higher by 2.6%. Dan, NVIDIA shares jumping 2.5% after that earnings beat. I'm going to go through some of these numbers here and give you a bit of time to get caught up because I know this is a company that you watch really closely. Third quarter adjusted EPS coming in above estimates at $1.17. The estimates were for $1.11. Third quarter revenue coming in at $7.1 billion, a beat on the top line there as well. Estimates were for $6.81 billion. Third quarter adjusted gross margin at 67%. That's slightly beating estimates. We're at 66.9%. What do you, on first blush, Dan, what do you make of that report?
Yeah, Tim, good numbers coming out of NVIDIA. We know the stock has been trading up in anticipation of this upcoming quarter. This is their third quarter 22. What really stands out to me is that revenue number, Tim, because I had $6.8 billion. That was about a 43.9% year-over-year increase, and they came in at $7.1 billion. They also beat my GAAP EPS estimate at $0.927. That would have represented a 75% increase, and they did $1.17. I think what everybody's really focusing on with NVIDIA, Tim and Carol, is to see how that data center does. That data center group is expected to post revenues of about $2.693 billion. That would be about a 41% increase. You know, we think of NVIDIA, we think gaming, that's where their core business is, but they've moved into artificial intelligence and also into the data center space. They make the chips that go into AWS and Azure and GCP, and that's the exciting part of their business. I was just curious if we got any of those numbers that came in off data center or
data center,
the gaming group.
Yeah, data center revenue came in at a record $2.94 billion, up 55% from a year earlier. That's according to the press release from NVIDIA.
Yeah, so Tim, that's a big beat because I had $2.693 billion. And Carol, you may remember because we've talked about NVIDIA in the past. Gaming was always the real driving force.
Yep.
And they had a couple of quarters where actually data center group was a little bit, you know, lethargic. It wasn't growing at the same pace. And then the most recent last quarter and this quarter, we've had an acceleration in that group. And you guys know that the cloud is somewhat cyclical, right? It's kind of ebbs and flows in terms of its growth. But this is a dynamite number coming out of NVIDIA, at least from what I can tell so far. You know, there's a lot of good things happening in that data center area in terms of some new chips that they have coming out. And the demand has been very strong. And we saw good numbers from AWS and also from GCP and Azure a couple of weeks ago when we had Amazon, Microsoft, and Google. So not surprising that we have a good growth coming out of the company that makes the chips that go into the cloud.
So how are they able to do it and keep it going?
I think it's just because the secular growth rate right now, Carol, in terms of data center demand continues to be very strong. I mean,
consumers and users of their devices to be able to do self-repair. Up until this point, you had to go to an Apple authorized repair center like a Best Buy, an Apple retail store, or other location to get official servicing, to get official Apple parts. Now, with this program next year, they'll start selling those parts, different tools, and of course, manuals to consumers to let them do it themselves.
Is it going to really be that easy? Can I trust myself to do this?
Well, I can just tell you personally, I don't want to speak for you, but personally, I probably still would go to the Apple store or an Apple authorized retailer. If I had an issue, quite frankly, it's not something that I want to deal with. It could be a lot cheaper probably with Apple Care to go to an Apple store, authorized retailer to have your device fixed. But there were so many laws. The Biden administration has even been talking about this. Apple has been under a lot of scrutiny for not allowing consumers to repair their own devices. So now they're giving that choice. I also think it's going to help their bottom line. Not that they need much help with that, given these pricey parts are probably going to be, or I should say these parts are probably going to be somewhat pricey when they go on sale next year. One thing I'll note, they're starting small. It'll be for the iPhone 13 and iPhone 12. Batteries, cameras, and screens, the most prominent parts that need replacement, and then Macs later on.
All right, Mark Dermott, thanks for breaking it down. We'll see. Thank you. That does it for this edition of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang in San Francisco. That does it for this edition of the show. Don't miss Studio 1.0 tonight. This is Bloomberg.
This is Rich Chiga. He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of predominantly Asian artists, really making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thump. But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but for what was the question.
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
Everything kind of started here. If you look around, this is my environment. This is my serenity, really. 88 Rising was built here. Built on the grounds of LA Fitness, residence in a parking garage. I was living in the Bronx. I'm just like, damn, where the hell do I go? So I just come up here and I just kind of figure things out every single day. Being like, okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of like my own kind of private office, basically. Like, to be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would like take pisses here, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it was just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, I'd spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and like just the shit that he was saying, like the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't, and he came up with that stick like 2 weeks later.
12 in the morning, pop shells, for a living and baby gon' smell blood trail every minute, bro.
Dat Stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it, but the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just like everything about it, man. Just like, it was menacing, bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Shiga on my phone, Rich. Brian, he gets like super pissed off that he's saved in my phone as Rich Shiga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. Let's do the sound check.
How was it?
It was tight.
So, Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Shiga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist. Plus, it could be really funny.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything the rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier. You know, and it's just more entertaining. We just edited it as tight as possible, put it up, and it really worked.
Yo, this nigga got a pouch on and a Reebok pouch. This is the hardest nigga of all time.
He said, when you come for a chigga like me. That was dope.
This is lit, and I think people will take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's just lit.
You know, I'd never been to America before, and like all of a sudden, just like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff, and I was like, what? How did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral, and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really, on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chiga to his fans. An ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He Is, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well, and one day it was me and a few friends just in a room. We were casually chilling, and then someone plays the song, and it's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it, like who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up, I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it, like next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet. How people want to just be a part of something. And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people and, you know, what they want to see and what they want to hear. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment. And I really wanted to be a part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP. His first project as a serious artist.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a couple weeks ago. It's #2 on Billboard on the R&B chart, which is crazy for, you know, independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive. Knowing he went from creating something like this.
It's just taco. Bell, what could possibly go wrong?
To creating something like this. The newest music video for his song Demons. Tonight, Rich Chiga has a show in New York City. Tickets sold out in an hour.
I came here, I'm Crystal. I was here at 1. I was a third person of mine.
So why'd you get here so early?
Because I want to see
I
want to touch him.
What do you guys think of Joji?
Oh my God!
That's not that. You guys cop the new EP or like?
Yeah.
I woke up at 6 in the morning just to cop this shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, you live online and social media, but like, there's nothing like just being with the people.
Who the fuck just said I should?
More often than not, viral success happens by accident. And then after an appearance on Ellen or Jimmy Kimmel, the creator's star power fizzles out. But Idiot Rising has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands. With an actual following that keeps coming back for the next thing.
Oh shit!
So keep an eye out for Idiot's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
you want me to turn you so you're looking outwards? Yes, please. How about there? First time we came out with B, Jade said it feels like I've been released from prison. Do you want these, Mrs?
Definitely.
Definitely. Right. Yeah. And she could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months.
It's
Hi, it's Jade.
So you can talk to Jade for a bit.
Hi, Katie. She's there.
Hi.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens you up for conversation.
You've got some friends here, look.
Hiya! When I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger. a condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time. A lot of the time, with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand.
Are you ready?
Sure am, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay.
Yeah, me too. Alright, here we go.
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people probably take for granted.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Grandad so you can give them a wave. Now, if Jade is particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in a house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of them. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment. When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself, and it's a bit of fun. If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do. Was that? That's good. It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go to those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably. Written it out bigger on the board, thank you. Today's the first day that I've been in school via B, and so far it's interesting. Still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well. And it's brilliant because I can really tell the difference between today and yesterday. How yesterday I forced myself to go into school when I wasn't very well, and I was really tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures, whereas today I've been able to do all of the work. I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify Route 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I end up letting people down quite often. B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there. And if I can't do something, she can. And if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable.
I'm about to expose everything you won't admit.
And action.
This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh, but to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What up everyone, it's your girl, Superwoman. I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room, they had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada, was like, Canada, is your daughter making videos? And my mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're gonna go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010 and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my god, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oh, Lily, where's the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, walk around like this, showing everything to everyone.
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And we're pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up everyone, it's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about like, I will save guys with my superpowers and I will save girls with my superpowers and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name.
Maybe there should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She starred in a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016, and her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour.
Billy started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I've really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views, the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gung La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该 拥有幸福生活的权利。
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or hookups.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力。所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己，我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，就是说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
Even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma. The virtual world of Blued, where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blued in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences' virtual currencies and gifts.
我们不是彼此的初恋这种事儿多不靠谱。
For Kyle and Klaus, a couple who have come out, live streaming on Blued means something different.
其实我经常会收到很多粉丝的一些互动的留言，就是类似比如说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊，我看到这样的留言我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话，去改变他们的想法。我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown from a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15 million last year, mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力，Blued能够成为全球第一家在美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同志互联网公司。
I'm about to expose everything you won't admit. And action! This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh. But to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What if everyone's a girl, Superwoman? I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time. My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea. Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone. Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada was like, Canada, is your daughter making videos? And the mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're going to go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010 and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my god, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oh, Lily, where the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone.
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And we're pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Your friends, man, but then you say that you hate her.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's a real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman. What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I would say girls with my superpowers, and I am the superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name. Maybe there should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India, and it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She started a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016, and her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind, and it's not the number of views, the number of subscribers, it is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
The cubicle represents a tyranny. It confines your imagination, your thoughts, into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to, disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors on a beach and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office place.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you?
Thank you. Welcome to Meta.
Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I could stretch it. I can throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Myron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So, why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now.
Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
CTE is often found found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s. And this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.